It's time for Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock.
Believe me when I say we have a difficult time ahead of us. But if we are to be prepared for it, we must first shed our fear of it. I stand here without fear because I remember that I am here not because of the path that lies before me, but because of the path that lies behind me. I remember that for 100 years we have fought these machines. And after a century of war, I remember that which matters most. We are still here! Tonight, let us make them remember we are not afraid!
No fear! Well, maybe a little bit. You know, it's getting, you know, that's what I want to focus my commentary today on the Trump report with Dr. Phranq Tamburri is we're at a turning point, a stage. And I've been through these before. You know, my age, I just turned 65, and it's been 40 years. I've been closely paying attention, learning, going through the process behind the curtains, you know, in the green room, you know, run for office, negotiating with election department, lawsuits against governors and secretary of states and attorney generals, and going, you know, back and forth. Now it's quit it and gone. We're at a different stage now. And what I think that means from a unpressured, out in the desert, observation, 30,000 feet view of, oh my God, with an interest in humanity, my family, my kids, my grandkids, my community, my friends, my acquaintances. And I see what's coming. And there are many crisis equals opportunity. There's going to be a lot of opportunities for abundance. But they, them, those want it all for them, not you, because it'll increase their line a little bit and kind of, you useless eater, you're in the way of, you know, we'll just do without you and you don't matter. But they get their credibility and their justification for existence as governments, as leaders, as human beings allowed to breathe on the planet, based on support of others, based on opinion of others. You're better off to have no opinion than somebody have a bad opinion of you, because we're in a world now to where 13-year-olds with, you know, Nokia flip phone and some C4 from a undetonated bomb, kind of, you know, an IED of, you know, don't piss them off. So this is, it's like Marvin the Martian. In the Bugs Bunny cartoons, the reason Marvin the Martian got excommunicated from Mars or not polite societies, he created the button. Well, what's the button? Oh, you push the button, you know, I can destroy whatever. I'm a button pusher. Maybe I'll push the button, maybe I won't push. Man, you got to go away. You got a button to push. Well, that button oftentimes is some barefoot, robe, long-haired, you know, guy leading a movement. Do we have one? Is Trump Jesus Christ? Wow. But that is yet to come. I see it on the horizon. We are prime for that. In fact, that is what has been the script that they're following for 50 years, at least, if not, you know, 150 years, you know, 1,500 years. This is the Book of Revelation, The Late Great Planet Earth by Hal Lindsey. I remember reading, I was like 19, 20, something like that. You know, just, you know, I didn't go all religious. I just like, you know, all right, what's this all about? I'm going to do the research on my own, uncovering the secrets, exposing the lies. I'll make an opinion. I'm tired of, I want to be polite, but every Mormon missionary, I thought my grandma was sending them there are so many of them. The Jehovah Witness, or the Mormons, and so I can't just deny, that I wasn't denying. I was just not interested. I was 19. I had moved out on my own, and man, they got a young man. They want to explain it to you, get you in the crowd. We'll get you married off. Hell, if you Mormon, you get multiple wives. Well, if I moved to the northern strip in Arizona, maybe. But it was just wanting to know. So you do the research, you read, you go through, and it became very clear to me that there was a significant effort to bring about prophecy. That there are certain things that are clear in Revelation in the Bible. This happened, this happened, this happens, this happened, and this happens, and that happened. Antichrist, Armageddon, whatever. Now, the argument is that a lot of these things have already happened. You don't know the time and date. Don't think you do, and this already happened or hasn't happened yet or is happening or, whatever. Doesn't matter. And when they go, well, in the end, God always wins. Jesus comes, and why are you wasting time and get involved in politics? And my answer was always to myself, and people gave crap what I said, is that Jesus comes, he's going to find Ernie busy. I wasn't waiting, sitting on my hands. I was doing the work. So that's how I go, you're not busy? You're not going to do nothing? I mean, what do you say you do here? What's a representation? Because as a young man in junior high, I remember my next door neighbor was a couple, childless, like in her 30s probably. She was stay-at-mom homemaker, did whatever the heck she did, and he was a branch manager of a savings and loan. So nice couple, nice guy. Every now and then they need a 13-year-old to mow something. So she, I was, by that time I was wrestling and, athlete, and I would run and everything. So she'd go running with me. She'd like, hey, let me know when you can run. I'll go running with you. And of course I'm 13, 14, and you have a, pretty young thing, older woman, hell yeah, I'll run with you, make me look good. And we got to talking and so on. And there was a woman that lived in a cul-de-sac, 10 houses down, that she would chat up as she'd go around running. And they start talking. She was a Christian woman. And this woman eventually found God, became a Christian. And she goes, how do I get my husband? My husband has absolutely no interest. You do you go to church, whatever, I'm not. I need to get, I fear for his soul and all this kind of stuff. The older woman said, you want people to want what you have, to want to be Christian. Be an example. Be cheerful. Be pleasant. Be a good wife. Be. And it'll come around, which eventually it did. She took this wiser woman's example. Be Christian. What would Jesus do? To be a Christian is to be, Christ-like, or at least, advocate for the lessons of. So that is, what I think about when I look at a lot of this stuff. Revelation, it's a script that they're following to get support, not, U.S. not nuke Israel. And it's crafted since at least the 70s into a specific way. There's the eagle and the bear, okay? There is Magog and Gog, which was like, north of, Russia, they say. It is this, it is that. You can recognize this and that. And then you have, one of the things was that there would be a head wound that the Antichrist would recover from and amaze the planet, and then, he'll be seen as the peacemaker, and then he'll go and whatever in Armageddon. So when this, Trump thing, dude, I'm going, whoa, and he's just the type of narcissist that would, embrace something. I don't know if he wants to be classified as the Antichrist, but, I'm just, we are dealing with dangerous ideologies, dangerous people using religious fervor, which, causes a lot of problems, to justify a new world order that is not for us. there is no America first in any of these policies. I don't know what they're. It may be bankers first. It may be stock market first. It may be petrodollar first. It may be whatever they're rationalizing, justifying. I'm not buying. So the Trump report is about, I don't know, Phranq's prediction that he was right, what would happen, and a support for, what he thought was going to be popularized. And me going, nah, I'm not going into the breach again. They all suck. Well, I just saw this morning Marjorie Taylor Greene is working with some Democrat, senator or congressman or something.
It's Ro Khanna, who happens to be the guy who partnered with Thomas Massie to get the Epstein files released. Just a reminder. Yep.
So this is, there is a developing coalition of people that are abandoning this left-right, red-blue. But I'm not even sure they disagree on so many things. But can they agree on something? What about this America First thing? Do you got a Democrat that say, we need to have, I guess health care for illegal immigrants. I mean, it's probably a line that Marjorie's not on. But it is going to be some basic, fundamental Venn diagram overlap of what it is that you say you are for, instead of creating all of these, how many bathrooms you have to have, how much taxpayer money goes to sex change operations, to guys and women in the military and in prison. I mean, it's just, we got to let this guy out. He's going to force us to pay for a sex change operation. We can't afford it, so let the murderer out. I mean, crazy, crazy stuff. It's like it's on purpose. I feel that we are at a point in this country's history and awareness and general public opinion and the molding of the DARPA weaponized immersion therapy of social media make you think a certain way, which is happening, by the way, been for a long time. Manchurian candidate of everybody. That we are at a point to where alternative media people such as myself, and I'm one of the older ones. We were doing MP3 back in 2003, and most people don't even know what the hell it was. Terran radio, we went internet, because by 2005, I had left radio and said, look, I see where this is going. You guys, peace out. I gave my 30 days notice as a producer for Charles's show. I gave up my show at, I can't remember the call letters now, but it was, I'm going, no, I can see where this is going. We're going to do Freedom's Phoenix. I'm going to go ahead. And then we started the show after. I didn't think I was going to do it. I built the radio studio at our workshop. It was like 5,000 square feet of kick-ass activist center. We had a soundstage, a studio. We had a talk radio setup and a video setup. 2 different rooms and a control center that went, A bus, B bus. I mean, the same controls went to either one. It was awesome. But I could see that it took a much more diverse opinion base to be able to have a network or create a presence. I built it not for me. I wanted to run, they called it Sam Audio or something. I mean, they just started coming out with technology that you could have shows, put them up, insert it was like a radio station, insert all of the commercial, you could program for an entire day. A lot of people have done that. We eventually went on Liberty Radio Network, LRN. We were on Liberty Talk Radio. I mean, what was it? I can't even remember. At one time, I was on 3 networks. I was doing 6 hours of radio every day, weekday, for, God, a year and a half, 2 years. I mean, man, it was a thing. Who suffered the most was my daughter, youngest daughter, Sierra. She was my producer at the time, and she, man, damn. Yeah, she did not like it. So this has been a path for me to have the perspective. And when I did that, I built the studio not for me. It was for a lot of the people in the Lovolution, and they wanted that. They had something to say. All right, we'll get you going. Let's do it. People that I liked, people that I knew, but they would do average about 3 shows, and they said everything they wanted to say because they were young and inexperienced. You know, they had something to say. They said it. They're good. They got the show, and then they lost interest. So I got all that. Man, I got to make use of that. All right, fine. We'll resurrect the show. That wasn't my first choice. I was wanting to provide an opportunity like the Lovolution, like Freedom's Phoenix, like the Activist, for everybody to be able to have their voice. But then the platform started developing. Then you had all these other mechanisms for having a show up. Now they're in competition with each other. The alternative media, because now you're right. No, you were right. We're all right and how we're right, and we should be popular because we're right. Well, everybody's turning towards the alternative media to get some truth. You know, listen to this show or whatever. Me and Phranq, beating each over the head with a barbed wire baseball bat. But what happens is as they go, it diversifies it. It spreads out that audience. Now, what was the big audience at the time? We were doing well at the time. There wasn't a lot of competition. Alex Jones, that kind of thing. On the liberals, was Air America, the liberals that had theirs, and some of them transitioned over into internet. But now what's happened is I'm seeing that the alternative media, the libertarian leaning, the more conservative, the more practical, the more Austrian economics, the more neon I told you so, we've been right all this time, where you've been, are all of a sudden now clapping each other on the back. Yep, we were right. Yeah, we were right. This is why we're right, we're all right. What I'm seeing is a lack of solutions. They're not advocating a solution. They're emphasizing the problem. And I went on a large, talk show host bitch session of whatever, and a few weeks ago, and it really struck me that as we are going to war with Iran, all the threats that come with that. Oh, and Cuba's next. I mean, crap. So during all of that, there was no philosophical abandonment of this system or creating your own system or a solution that would provide sustenance for your family and your community and to keep on keeping on, to be there after the ashes of Lady Liberty's torch. There was no plan for Freedom's Phoenix, the rebirth. Okay? So now what? How are we going to raise our children? How are we going to provide our own food? What are we going to do about energy? What policies are we going to have against, them stealing all our crap and giving it to somebody else? I mean, yeah, we're right, but what the fuck are you going to do about it? Crickets. This is something that I'm seeing right when we were being proven right the most. They're just counting coup. They want to see it fall and burn. They want to say, I told you so. And there's few out there offering solutions. Now, I may not agree with a lot of the solutions, but they got solutions, and there's no central plan for freedom. Someone else's solution may not be mine. I give, Derek Bros a lot of props. He's really out there pushing anarchist philosophy and binding together a community of whatever, but he's having problems with it because you can't find enough good people that want to stay with each other. Certainly not to have the resources to actually build something. The closest you come is some, gazillionaire tech guy that wanted, and he builds a community, that's great for him and his friends and everybody. Look at this great community we have. And yeah, where'd the money come from? What if you disagree with, what that, so there's always those social problems. So you have an intentional community. People come together, pool their resources, and where's the private property? Where's the, I don't like you anymore, I want to be on my fence line? So these are the kind of things. But when it gets really, really bad, people will do what they always do. They'll make decisions based on their personal comfort, survival, their family, and they'll do what they got to do. They'll go have a wagon train, circle of wagons in the form of RVs and buses and fifth wheels and stuff out in the desert, and they'll make do. And if they don't like what, we'll move. Or move and don't tell one person. These things are coming. And I don't think there's enough attention to it. It's going to, what I keep saying, it's going to be a food thing. You're having fertilizer supplies cut off. Petroleum does a lot of the pharmaceuticals, which is not necessarily a good thing. And you have energy, which dovetails into the cost and the availability and the comfort of everything. And nobody is giving it its due. It's like whistling past the graveyard and worrying about the midterm election. There is no vote, no candidate, no government, no policy, no effort that's going to fix this other than you're free and I'm going golfing. Protecting your individual rights to do what you want. Regulation. You'll have CEOs go to Trump and say, hey man, lower taxes is cool, but you know what the big help was? Reduction in regulation. Get rid of more regulation. We got too much regulation. We don't need any more regulation. And they may come in and say, we need to regulate AI because, I don't know, for whatever, think they're going to put that genie in the bottle. But we are at the point now, the people most capable intellectually, philosophically, to have solutions and live them out and understand why it works, how it works. Those people have been captured because of incentives, because of the money, because what you can and can't say, and we saw it through COVID. Cornholio disease, you can't say the word COVID or vaccine in the same sentence. These controls, if you are susceptible to that, what do you say you do here? That's why they call it infotainment. I remember when that word happened in broadcast media in the 90s, 80s, whenever they came up with it, or infotainment. Well, I get some info in there somewhere, right? It's true, right? I can fact check it, not from your fact checker, that's, managed by the CIA. We are uncovering the secrets, exposing the lies has been so important to me because from any time that I started in the late 80s, just starting to ask questions and looking, one, especially if it had anything to do with Israel, you are not allowed to ask the question. You are stupid for asking the question. We're not going to give you the answer to the question. Or whatever answer they give is BS. We are at a time right now to where those that people relied on to help them navigate what's coming, they're finding out that their incentives, their preferences have been internalized based on what benefit they get out of it, as opposed to make America great or make your community freer or be left alone more or I want more freedom. It's Team Jersey for we win. We're right. We have the elitist mentality. We should be given the reins of power. We should get the brass ring. We should get the shiny badge. You're doing it wrong, and we're going to govern better as opposed to not govern. These decisions throughout history, when people that challenge the state like that, be there Martin Luther, the Lutherans, hey, we can just read our own damn Bible, or you have, leaders, Jesus, influencers like a lot of the great philosophers. There was no force or coercion involved. It was a preference and an advocacy for a way of living that didn't include coercion and force as a philosophy, as a base foundational thing. And the purpose of government, defense of your individual rights. This evolution towards that was immediately challenged by they, them, those, whoever they are. And usually it's a banking thing. And then they'll go, yeah, well, they're all Jews. The Jews are going to do it. And if they, didn't do it, they're going to do it. And they want to do it. And I'm going, fill in the blank with whatever the hell else that, replaces them of we rule you because we can. Oh, they're not, being the bankers charging a bunch of, okay, we will. Which is how, the Jews didn't have any problem philosophically with charging interest, and Christians did. It was called usury, and you're not allowed, so they became wealthy, and, but it, sparked capitalism, and I don't even care. That is not the point. The point is we keep blaming everybody else. It's somebody else's fault. It's our fault for allowing people in positions of authority or control over our lives that have these other interests other than the freedom of the people they promised to provide freedom for, to leave them alone. That's the deal. In every one of these revolutions, civil wars, or whatever, what do they offer? We're going to control you better and lock you down and make you behave. No, they go, no, we're here for freedom and chicken in every pot and, whatever and whatever, whatever. We're going to leave you alone more. We're going to be nicer. They always appeal to our humanity and our empathy and our goodness. Don't you want to have fed babies? So this is right at the time when we have this choice, that we have a choice of abundance. I keep track of all kinds of tech. People have no idea. One of the more recent things is just go from distilled water, heated to steam, to power an engine. They use super chilled CO2, carbon dioxide, because you can get it down to liquid at a relatively high temperature, and its thickness and its workability, it can make, I don't know, like 50% more power with half the size of turbine. And it's in a closed cycle, like releasing carbon dioxide, like I think it really would matter. But, you have this technology that's right there. And it's going to start coming online. You have small reactors. Oh, my God. Fusion reactors are starting to produce more power than they consume. You have solar is doing great. In some places of the world, they keep going on about, solar doesn't. The hell it doesn't. I'm doing fine with it. So this is, and of course, there's a lot of solar fields out here in the desert and more coming. But the abundance that's available to us, it's somehow going to be metered out by a central plan like the Soviet 5-year plan that we used to make fun of in the 70s as grade school kids. Well, they're going to plan, and then they, where do they look to plan? Well, it's whatever they want to give you. Or they went to other countries in the West. They go to France. Well, how much per capita vanilla ice cream do they have? Okay, that's what we make. They make it, it goes bad. Why? Because they didn't put in a distribution channel. They don't have retail outlets. They didn't think about keeping it frozen. They didn't think about, because they're central planners. You can't central plan freedom. You just be free and spontaneous order. It plans itself. But you're not allowed to harm people. That's why you even have the justification to even have a government, is when people violate other people's rights. You have a job to stop it, to prevent it. But to what end? Well, oh man, we just lock everybody inside and they won't be a criminal anymore. So you got to have rights, this principled behavior, this principled ideology. When you see things like Marjorie Taylor Greene working with some Democrat or whatever, and they're talking about this, what do you get out of that? Hopium! Once more into the breach. We'll go vote again as a block of, we're not them and independence of, we're not addressing what needs to be addressed. And I think the liberty community, the agorists, the anarchists, the voluntarists, the freedom-oriented hosts and so on, we're missing the point. I mean, I'm trying not to, myself, but is living a solution, showing where, what, how, why. That's not happening because the incentives are for you to be in the battle. If you're going to be, an arbiter of, truth, if you're going to provide information, perspective on the news of the whatever, this is why when I first started doing radio, I had a lot of problems with a lot of guests that were on the left. Like Dennis Kucinich, he and I got along fine. We did several shows. He was, anti-war, and we focused on that. We're fine. We kind of overlapped on a lot. Phil Donahue, oh, man, he hated my guts, and I didn't even know why until he heard the word libertarian. How fast can I get off this show until I saw a Milton Friedman 1979-80 interview that Austrian economist Milton Friedman had with Phil Donahue, and the hammering that he did on him, freedom that we got government regulation, or we would unsafe at any speed, we'd all die. And I'm like, whoa, that's why he didn't like our position, even though we were on the war. But how did these wars start? What was the incentive? Why? It was all of, the left's policies and the right. Everybody wants a war. But I'm just going, did you ever think of just protecting people's rights? Oh, well, protecting people's rights, protecting people. We got to, make sure people in regulation and taxes and the rich and what. I'm like, I'm not hip to that. Oh, are you libertarian? So we're at that point now to where we have all of this information and examples, and we're not advocating for a human solution that would serve all humanity around the planet, and you don't got to even vote. It's just an opinion and little baby steps towards a little bit of self-sufficiency. It's happened in this country before. During times of war, Liberty Gardens and more self-sufficient and, grow hemp for the war effort. I mean, marijuana, hemp growing was like a Save America thing, for rope and so on during the, and then here comes nylon and now it's reefer madness and, you're going to go crazy. And, it's the incentives and pharmaceutical companies and, and the industrial I mean, is there anything that people advocate that's really for the freedom of the individual? Who's advocating for that? Those that understand it the most, that understand its fruits, that understand the possibility and the inevitability of abundance. I remember L. Neil Smith was a prominent science fiction writer and a libertarian, whatever, and he had a lot of influence on us. He goes, the future is going to be so demand of human minds and so productive, and so there will be a place for a quadriplegic to have a high-paying job just because they can blink once for yes and twice for no on a quality control line. I mean, he goes, there will be full employment. It will be, hell, we're going to be hiring dolphins. I mean, we already are. So I'm just going, this is the mindset that we should have of a future of what is available for us to want to learn, to be productive, to be engaged with our neighbors, because it's going to come down, because we are social creatures, what people think of you and your productivity, what your add is to the community. or they'll send you off the plank, or not care, or shun you, or ignore you. I feel abundance is right there looking at me, which is why we did Pirates Without Borders and all the tech. Shelter, food, water, communication, energy, automation, education, transportation. This is why we did that. You could see all the things that provide us with a high quality life is there at a low cost, relatively to taxes, and with sustainability and quality and longevity as one of the features. Things keep getting better. They were getting cheaper until when? Federal Reserve. Until they, inflated money. Things got cheaper. It took fewer hours to work to buy a house, to buy a car, to get a horse and buggy, to be able to, one person's salary to raise a family of 4. This has been strip mined from us. And who better to understand this than freedom-oriented, libertarian, liberty community, leave-me-alonist thinkers and doers? But they have been corralled into the system of metrics and clicks and platforms, and I'm watching it happen. I don't know what that is. I don't know how to combat it. I don't know what to do other than to be an example and take care of me and mine. But I see abundance will be strip mined away from us just as our tax money was, because of the threat that human beings on this planet pose to those that want to rule us. Thus, they only need 500 million of us. We got robots. They just had a robot. Unitree had one come out that's running around the track at 20-something miles an hour. That's faster than most humans. You got a bipedal robot that's going to hunt your ass down with a machine gun. We have all the what did the U.S. We got all these drone problems. We need they go to Zelensky in Ukraine of what they have developed and learned, because out of freaking existential need, drones. It's going to be drones. They had the first Russian, platoon, squad, whatever, overtaken and surrender to autonomous drones and autonomous machines. Machine gun thing. They just walk up to the robot, we give up. Where are you going to be? What are you going to advocate? How much do you love your future, your life, your children, your family? What is it that we can do? I wanted to open it up this way and give it to Phranq, because there are so many news items, technology coming out, midterms coming up, who's going to get elected. It's too early for me to I think I have no idea what's coming, and they're not telling us. But I know what's not in charge of general public opinion. A freedom, leave me alone philosophy. The promise that was made the world via America. And if we don't take it, they're not going to give you your freedom. But what form does that take? It's not enough that I win, but that they also fail. You got to take down the state, kill the politicians, assassinate the tech guys, and all this crap that's going on with Sam Altman and AI. And so oftentimes, those are staged as false flags to gain sympathy or justify going after somebody or something or some group or some crowd. It happens all the time. My advocacy, we'll talk about. But I'm seeing the people that have positioned themselves, deservedly so, to be in positions of influence and clarity, have succumbed to picking a side or voting or policy or government at some level of we're going to make an impact. I do not believe that. It is a societal thing. It is an advocacy of individuals for them and their families. Vote with your money. Vote with your feet. Vote with your actions. Vote with your choices. Because if you don't, those got a plan for you. And there's a club and you ain't in it. Do we come together? Do we stay apart? Do we wear team jersey, leave me aloneism? How is this done? We're going to talk about it. Phranq?
Thanks, Ernest. No, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's your fantastic monologue up there with Tucker Carlson's epic for the last month, which we will get to later. Well, first, audience, welcome back to the Trumpenstein Report, or whatever this has turned into after all these years. It was a holiday yesterday. It was April Fool's Day yesterday, and today's the post day, April Fool's. At least that's what my mentor, Irv Homer, used to say on his radio program on tax day.
April 15th was April Fool's Day?
Yeah, he said that's the real April Fool's Day. But anyway, I just wanted to celebrate with all my fellow libertarians who are probably still going over double dose of their blood pressure pills.
It's one of my daughter-in-law's birthdays is April 15th. That sucks for her.
Well, the only difference between Ernie and I is that Ernie has it easier in life because he's got a wonderful wife who does his taxes for him, so she doesn't have to hear his blood pressure.
Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, I know. I don't have a Donna doing mine. Savara and I each do have to do our own, so it's like...
that's when Donna is the most libertarian, because I had, that was her job. She does the finance. I go... all right, you want to know everything, do taxes.
No, I just wish for my own sanity, but it's just, I'm like an Ernie in the heart with this, and I still have to deal with it. But anyway, enough of that, because that's a whole show in itself. And we're so past that.
I can't believe you paid taxes. You free them.
No, I know.
It's just my, to the mob. I mean, the gang with a flag.
Oh, and then on top of it, and this is like a whole sideshow, and I'm sure I probably learned more from all of you guys, but then there's people, and then of course there's different accountants and such you're dealing with crypto. For a lot of you dealing with crypto, I mean, how is that taxed and all the rules that are changing, and trying to find an accountant that even understands it worthy enough.
What's that?
Yeah, exactly. And many of you have been through this a lot more, even and not to get my finances, but it's a fun world, which I don't want to get more into because we have enough things to talk about. So Ernie, with it's interesting. I feel like I'm always I feel like a little bit in the middle, kind of like in the world of things, plus I'm a Gemini, where like on one hand, you have normies that have no idea about the world changing, and they're starting to see it now. And they don't quite get it. And then
they don't care.
And then the Ernies of the world who are like, they don't know how we're going to get there, but they know where the end is going to be as far as, like, let's just say a food thing. It's oversimplification, but you get the idea. And that would be Ernie, since I've known him and even beforehand, skip to the end. What are you guys waiting for? Here we are, right? And to me, I agree. And I think Ernie does understand me enough with this, but I'm fascinated with the journey getting there. I understand where probably these things are going to get to, and of course we may not know how it gets there. It's like Peter Schiff always says, the economy, with reference to the economy, is a balloon waiting for a pin to pop. We don't know what the pin will be, but it's going to come from somewhere. But the thing is, when it comes to this kind of transformational change, you do have things like 9/11, you have certain events in history, but ultimately it's multifactorial. It's a journey. It's a tapestry. It's messy. It's just the whole thing goes. And that's just always been an interest for me, which a lot of you know in the show. It's why Ernie's bugaboo, sometimes we get into the culture thing or sociology or interest of me about religion. I'm studying religions, philosophy, language. I've just been fascinated at why people think what they do. Almost like, I hate to say this, because I'm a human being too, obviously, but like we're like lab rats. And I kind of just fascinated to see like culture as a meme. And I don't know if you guys know, but the word meme, I believe, was first coined by the biologist, the famous biologist, now famous atheist, Richard Dawkins. He's the one that first came up with that term in his famous book from 1970 something called The Selfish Gene, where he was talking about how DNA propagates and successful genes propagate and how it goes. And there's a lot more in that book about what this book is about. It actually tries to solve the.
How'd the word meme come out of that?
Well, because he was talking about how at the core what DNA really is, which is propagating the message of biology. But then as biology became more evolved from bacteria to animals to humans, humans now have something else to transmit, which is their ideas, because their ideas can create to society and functionality and can change the environment, around us, which no other animal can do except for the beaver, which I saw a great documentary on that one. But anyway, so he wound up realizing that ideas propagate with the same models that genetic code does in successful organisms. And so instead of like a DNA for a gene, he said the idea from memory that propagates is a meme. That's where it comes from. That's actually the word. So it came from that book. And so it was interesting seeing it again later on in life when I started hanging out with Freedom's Phoenix and people were talking about memes, like viral memes and making things. And, I thought, wow, that's a pretty nice use of that term from what I remember. I actually reviewed that book for medical school. My medical school applications was The Selfish Gene. It's a great book. And not to sell the book and get off topic, but one of the central cores why Richard Dawkins' book was so famous back in the day, and I'm not going to go into the whole reasons now, is he tried to argue the one argument against evolution, which was if evolution really exists, then which is survival of the fittest, then how would evolution prove or how would it explain altruism? How do you explain, animals that would sacrifice themselves for the pack, or a human being? Why would they adopt someone else's children? Because you're not passing on your own DNA. And it violates the whole concept of the selfish gene. And so his book goes to explain that. It's a fascinating book. Of course, later on in life, he turned into the #1 atheist, and that's how most people know him, as the angry old guy, said it, God sucks kind of thing, and you're a fool. But,
that's one thing I want to emphasize on that a little bit. I get criticism from Donna a lot, and I go, it's about me. It's all about me. Well, she's like, oh, it's not about you. I go, oh, hell, it's not. I go, you're lucky that I understand and see it in my own personal best interest to be nice. It's in my interest to care what you want. It's in my interest to supply you with the needs and be a good husband and yada, yada, yada. It's in my interest to do that, or why would I do it? Then you're just pee-whipped. I mean, then you're just, you got some kind of other psychological problem, So for human beings to understand, and this is what DARPA understands, this is what governments understand, CIA understands, they go after what you perceive to be in your own self-interest. Or you're greedy, or you're, depraved, or whatever. They're going to supply something you want. Fortunately, for my family, my spouse, my wife, my community, I see it, I understand it to be in my interest to take their interest into consideration. Because if you don't, then you're excommunicated from the tribe out on the savannah, and saber-toothed tiger comes eat you, and you don't have help. So my thing is, it is in their own personal, individual interest to be part of the protection of their pack, their community, certainly their family. Because if you don't, and you can't be counted on for that, divorce, children don't talk to you. They don't come help you mow your lawn when your arm's broken. I mean, you know what? It is in our interest to have a little bit of reasoning that is not necessarily altruism. When you do this virtue signaling thing, or you want to be seen as being, you care about the homeless, or, whatever, That is something else. And this is something that Ayn Rand was really big on. It was a mental disorder for you to feel that you had an obligation to somebody else or mankind or whatever, that you would sacrifice, not invest, sacrifice yourself, your money, your time, your effort towards something because it gave you some kind of good feeling and without understanding rationally why. If you're investing in something or someone, the church that all the priests are pedophiles, I mean, you kind of like, okay, maybe I don't want to support that. Or your government is going around bombing everybody. Maybe I don't support that. This is, but gosh darn it, I pay my taxes, pick me, I voted, I got a sticker, That's why I see that people that believe being an advocate of your freedom, wanting to serve their community, is in their own personal self-interest. Yes, Donna, you are lucky that I feel that it's in my personal self-interest to supply you with what you want. Plus, you get better sex and all that kind of stuff, so there's that. But the thing that I want to make sure that people, I do understand that tendency. And a lot of times, it's even, you look into the future and you just couldn't live with yourself. What if you didn't go save that drowning child? What if you didn't? I don't care. Well, people with empathy and compassion, that would eat at them. It would make life less enjoyable. It's worth the risk for you to feel better about yourself, because feelings, when properly applied or incentivized or part of a culture, oh my God, that which is promoted, adored, liked, part of their culture, if you can be part of that, man, it'd be like Spartans. You got to be a warrior. Vikings, Klingons, whatever that it's going to be, whatever that is, and throughout humanity, it has been your own personal survival. I have food, division of labor. I walk the wall or I cook the bread. There's something that you add. I do not see that as counter to the selfish gene. If you can rationalize and educate people on the benefits of cooperation. This is a big thing that Jordan Peterson was going on about being agreeable. He'd have disagreeable British interviewers going, hammering on him and everything, and he goes, well, are you seen as agreeable or disagreeable in the office? You seem kind of disagreeable. How's that working out for you, So I wanted to emphasize that a little bit, because this is what's going to happen into the future. People are not going to judge you by your car. They're not going to judge you, by your haircut. They're not going to judge you as much by your looks or your wealth or anything like that. They're going to judge, are you an add to my survival or a subtraction? Are you at least out of my way? If you're in my way, it's going to be tank guy. I just recently saw, there's a documentary or something on why the guy in, I don't know, it was Utah or whatever it was, that took a bulldozer, armored it up, welded himself inside, and went and took care of, bulldozed the house, the city town hall, this, that, because they just kept screwing with him to the point they didn't care anymore. I'm on it.
So, so it's exactly. It's the selfish gene, and not just the book, but just the concept, I think is quite apropos especially for libertarians, for a good debate about society and our roles in it, just like you're talking about. And that's why that book struck such a chord for me. And I was like 20 or something. It was a recommended reading in one of my like pre-med classes. and I just loved it, and I read it a couple times. I remember just this one story alone is one always comes to mind when they were trying to explain. Obviously, with humans, you could make that point, and again, humans and other animals are very similar, so it's not like it's that far off. But one of the questions that would bedevil the evolution debate is you'd have like a flock of birds, and I don't know if all species do this, but you have a flock of birds and they're on the ground, they're all eating, right? And they're all just going around just eating, pecking and scavenging, that kind of thing. But there's like one bird that somehow gets selected, and his job is not to eat. His job is to keep looking up in the sky looking for hawks. Mm-hmm. And if he sees a hawk, then he squawks and he warns the whole flock. The problem is, from an evolutionary standpoint, is if you're the bird, A, you're not eating, which means there's no calories for you. And second, you're the one putting a damn target on your back. So through evolution, the hawk is going to go after you first because you just screeched out. So how the heck does that type of behavior get selected into a community of birds? You think they'd all be selfish and not.
Well, hopefully it's another bird's turn. You get to eat.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And you do it so that you can eat later.
No, exactly. I guess you do a contract or something. But anyway, these are the types of questions the biologists have wrestled with, and The Selfish Gene was a fantastic book. It's very easy reading, actually. You don't have to be a PhD to read it. But also it was about 20 years ago now. God, it's been a while. They released an updated edition. It was like a whole new edition with a couple new chapters. And the chapters were all about the internet. Remember, it was written in the 70s before there was even the internet. And well, at least anyone knew about it. And so because the idea of the meme, he put like the last lines of his last chapter, and it turned into an actual thing, a meme. And then the internet, he said, was a perfect model of everything that he was talking about, all of his papers with DNA and genetics. He's now seeing the same propagation model with the internet. So he added a whole another edition with a whole another couple sections. So for any of you interested, well, I didn't expect to start off the show with a book report. I apologize for some of you guys, but I think for this audience, some of you might find that intriguing. And again, know where the word meme even comes from. All right. So, but yeah, with that said, a lot of what you're talking about, I agree with all of this. It's interesting, the turnaround, how people are waking up, whatever, how you want to describe that. But I think we're at the point now. Well, actually, to give you an example, just last night, talking about, we told you so videos, there is a channel on YouTube called Moon, Moon. Once in a while, it comes up on my browser. They just do, it's kind of like a 60 minutes or 20 minute, maybe a 2020 kind of podcast. They do, it's like a magazine show, and they'll take a topic. For instance, the last week's topic, I think, was about the Sphere in Las Vegas, how it was made and how it's an economic boondoggle, as an example. The point is, it's not a political anything. It's not right wing, nothing like that. They just dropped a video last night titled, "Alex Jones Tried to Warn You." On Moon. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, what channel is this? And it was like, what is it, 40 minutes or 20, whatever it is. They do a deep dive on Alex Jones, and it's the perfect video, I have to be honest, to send to normies, people who, they're starting. After all, Donald Trump just normalized Alex Jones in a way by putting him in the same caliber as Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly. When he's sitting there calling them all out, which I can't believe this has all been in 1 week since we talked last. There's so much, this president's melting down. We'll get to that. But the fact that Alex Jones is becoming normalized, like, yeah, Alex Jones was right, like Peter Schiff, right? And so now Moon does a whole video showing how he started in his really youthful days. And I never saw him so young before. And it's a whole little documentary on him from an objective perspective of, he was all considered crazy for this and this. And he was, and it's one of the first times I've heard a mainstream show finally, got to get so ticked on this, admit that Alex Jones was one of the first that I know of publicly discussing the Epstein issue before anyone did. At least I'm sure maybe people that you knew did, but it was the first I heard about it. And that was 2007 or so, 2006, and I first heard about it. And it's infuriating when you have Democrat liberals now thinking that they now own the Epstein issue. Like, they feel like it's their issue, like they discovered it. And you realize just how we're in different worlds. Ro Khanna, you mentioned, but you don't know his name, but Ro Khanna is a real interesting guy. I have a lot of respect for him, for at least for a politician. He's basically the Democrat mirror image of Thomas Massey. So just it's like there's two of them, and on each side there, and they're both taking on the system in their own way. Well, they of course pushed for the Epstein Disclosure Act, and that's when MTG dropped out, and she still tried to help in her own way. But Ro Khanna was just on that show, again, the YouTube channel many of you have seen, called Surrounded, right? You've seen that, Ernie, where you got one Republican surrounded by like 25 liberals, and then they run to the chair to try to debate. You've seen that show, right? It comes up on your feed, right?
I'm not sure what
You've never seen that? Wow. It's
well, I don't know. Maybe I have. I don't know.
They have, yeah. Most of this audience, I'm sure, have seen it. They've had, Charlie Kirk was on it once. A MAGA conservative versus 25 or 30 leftists, and then a lot of times they'll have one leftist senator taking on a bunch of MAGA supporters, or they'll have one gay person taking on people. And it's fascinating. These things are like 3 hours long, and there's like a timer, and the whole group can vote you out if they don't think your arguments are succinct enough. I mean, it's fascinating. Well, anyway, just the other day they dropped a new one. Ro Khanna is in the center circle, surrounded by actually a mixture of very educated people on both left, right, and center, and everywhere about the Epstein files. And I couldn't believe it. Ro Khanna, he's the guy that drafted the act. And one of the things I found from watching it was how many the conservatives, the diehard MAGA, on both sides, is because they're not listening to the other side's media. They really have no idea how this story itself has flip-flopped from a Republican issue to a Democrat issue. So like each side doesn't seem to see what the other side is seeing, and
they're in their own echo chamber, and they have no idea what's going on.
Absolutely, but it's becoming more and more evident in just main news issues. So anyway, that's another example of how these things are turning. Also, you're talking about for libertarian-minded people or preppers who have been trying to get ready. I mean, it is happening. It's just, we're seeing it evolve maybe slowly. I'll give you an example. Then you have normalization of Alex Jones, I mentioned. How about the normalization of Dave Smith? I mean, Dave Smith is like a regular on Piers Morgan, who's becoming really the, get the popcorn. It's definitely political entertainment. But between Piers Morgan and Tucker Carlson, I mean, those two are kind of like the frickin' Phranq, the intellectual versus the Jerry Springer version, but you're getting it's kind of leading the narrative overall. If you have to pick something, not that I'm saying that.
Well, so the audience knows Dave Smith is a comedian that's a hardcore libertarian, right. Probably not even 30 or 40, and very articulate, very well read, Jewish background. But he's just a regular guy, has his own podcast, and was a favorite by a lot of libertarians to run for president in 24. But he not interested and felt he was better served somewhere else. So in Libertarian Party circles and everything, so I'm very aware of David, but he does really well.
Yeah, and I mean he does well for two reasons. One is that he's Dave Smith, and he's just a smart guy, and of course he's a comedian. And as we know, comedians have genius IQs, at least the good comedians. They all. That's why most of them have massive depressive issues and commit suicide, because they're so smart. They try to laugh it off, but they're very depressed inside, and they all talk about it. But anyway, Dave Smith is very brilliant. We all know that. But the other, we have to give most of the credit, is I'll use libertarian with a small L so we don't get into party issues, but a libertarian philosophy that works, or at least when it's utilized, and that argument is rarely ever given in audience. We never have. The only time that we've ever seen a libertarian argument ever mainstream was, say it all together, class, it was the Ron Paul movement. That's the whole reason we were so much, such an exposure to a lot of Americans, right?
Which Dave Smith always mentions Ron Paul as the only example of in
Yes.
government.
I heard it through Irv Homer. That's what was so unique. There was just the Philadelphia, Jersey market, back in the 80s. But, and of course they tried to throw him off there. So it was very rare in between. You had pockets. Some of you were lucky enough to have a relative that was kooky like the rest of us, and we learned from them. But it wasn't until Dr. Ron Paul, at least it went mainstream, or at least enough where they couldn't shut it down. Now they tried, and every one of us has plenty of stories of how Ron Paul was scuttled or whatever. But now you have Dave Smith, who has, of course, the internet has evolved a lot since the Ron Paul years, and so he has the advantage, in our opinion, of the superior argument. It's just that it hasn't been vetted, it hasn't been listened to. And so it's fascinating to watch Dave just go out there. He looks half bored on these podcasts, and he's debating anybody on any side, and he's winning every debate. The comment section, no matter what show, it could be a left-leaning show, conservative, peers, whatever it is, and he just mops up with all the comments, and he's swaying many people, and he's doing it like with one hand behind his back. Almost like what Rush Limbaugh would sometimes say. But he doesn't have to work that hard. Again, he's smart, but he's got the libertarian argument that most people have never heard.
He was the answer. What's the question?
Right. So exactly. But he's able to, and he's doing it with precision arguments. He's able to distill it down better than most. So he's a double threat, or maybe triple threat. It kind of reminds me of like a good martial artist, where the other guy's jumping around doing kicks and all. And then you see the little Chinese master, and he just sits there and takes his finger and just goes like a pressure point, and the whole leg goes down or the whole body goes. I've seen that when I was in the martial arts, and that's what he does. And these people aren't prepared. You know why? Because for decades, for as long as I've been alive, the argument has been both, controlled by Operation Mockingbird and the rest. I mean, we definitely know that. But also it's been framed constantly as a left versus right issue. And the libertarian component, the argument, has never given room to breathe, if not seen at all. So it's almost comical to watch, but fascinating that one of us, quote unquote, is now out there just knocking them down left and right, pun intended, and seeing that change. Also, I want to talk about. I know sometimes it's frustrating for earnings. He's always skip to the end, man. I'm at the end, waiting for everybody. But I remember,
I took my time.
But one of my favorite shows ever was Liberty. It's a PBS documentary, Frontline documentary, back before PBS completely lost their mind, and it's like 10 hours long. And when I was first saw the show, I was bored because the first 4 to 5 hours is before Lexington and Concord. I'm like, hey, I have to get to the good stuff. Where's all the war? And as the older I got, and I've watched that so many times, I've worn out 2 sets. They're VHS tapes back in the day. The first 5 hours is the most important, and you realize how many years it took to get to that point, and the buildup, and how people were living through what we call history, but didn't know it at the time. And in retrospect, it's like, okay, Lexington and Concord, Boston Tea Party, they came to put a tax on us, and then we revolted with tea, and then they invaded, and then we shot because they're taking the guns, of course, about the guns. And then there we go. And then we get into the wars and all. But it's like the prequels. It's like the prequels to Star Wars. I mean, it's really important to know how we got to the empire. And that first 5 hours. But it's a journey of people who didn't know how their world was going to change around them. And it's about solutions to problems that they didn't see yet. Now, if you already see the problem, then of course you're building a farm or you're getting ready now. But for a lot of people, they're still trying to understand what the problem is. And that's probably
it was a discussion over decades of the purpose of government. It was the same arguments that Phranq and I have. There was another series called John Adams I thought was really good.
Yeah,
Donna
that was
really
good.
liked it because it emphasized their marriage and, what was her name, Abigail or something?
Abigail Adams.
And she was, there was a lot of letter writing between the two. Then later, Jefferson and Adams reconciled and started writing each other until they both died on the same day. I think it was 4th of July or something, And it is a fascinating story, Liberty and John Adams and the whole. But if you read books like the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers, if you get into the campaigns of the time between Hamilton and Jefferson, how much they hated each other, and and Aaron Burr should be shot for not shooting Hamilton earlier. I mean, that kind of thing. And you have the negative campaigning, the rhetoric, the cartoons, the pamphlets. You see all of this battle early on that they went at it more than they do now. I mean, you think assassinations and character assassinations and threats and everything is like a new thing. This is whenever you create a power ring, there's somebody that wants to ring a Sauron, or somebody, it's just at some point, Return of the King. It's going to be Frodo and whatever out there in opposition to the collectivized power. This is kind of the point that, was being made in that by Tolkien. You're going, and certainly Ayn Rand talks about this, it's a decentralization of power that has to be done, or you always run into these problems. And they tried to create a country that decentralized the power, but they created the power.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fascinating going back with a proper perspective, and they're not, babbling bullshit and not lying and, biased one way or another. You gotta go vote. But the actual real conversations, you do any reading. There was a biography done on Paul Revere by one of his grandchildren that was written in the early 1900s or something, and it was fascinating. It was given to me by a county chair of the Libertarian Party in Yavapai, June Beaudet, a woman that freedom-oriented, had 2 sons and a daughter, I think, and great woman. And she wanted me to have that book, and I understood why when I read it. It did exactly what you were talking about. The 20 years before the revolution, before the shot heard around the world, what were the issues? Who were these people? Where did they come from? And each one of the characters, I could assign a person, an activist that I knew. Well, this guy's John Hancock. This guy's
I
that.
did the same thing. Here's Ernie Hancock. Exactly.
Who did you think was me more? I kind of identified with one of the characters more, one of the founders. Who do you think it was?
Well, I would say, to be honest with you, probably John Hancock. And it's not just because of the name. I think John Hancock or Samuel Adams were probably the two that would come closest.
Yeah, I think I can see what you mean about both, but I lean more towards Sam Adams. I thought,
there you go.
I'm going, Sam Adams. I'm thinking that's my role. And then there were other people, the activists, like Bob was, someone, and Mike Duggar was, and Rick, a lot of us that did a lot of this stuff back in the day. I could see it, that was kind of what I started the show off with today. That I don't see those particular type characters evolving from the talk show influencer, got a channel, webpage kind of people. They have been, drained and sucked into the envelope that they want them to operate in. It's either politics or it's economics or it's not social science. It's not individual human beings just want to be human beings and leave me aloneism. This is what I thought was the most interesting and productive discussion during the founding of America. That was, what do you say my role as an individual is? Because it wasn't until John Locke, which was like, 40, 50 years before, he was more famous, The Wealth of Nations. No, that was Adam Smith. But John Locke that came up with the idea that you own yourself. This whole concept that you're not born a subject, a slave to another person, or an entity or a tribe. I mean, you own yourself. That concept blossomed, and it became an entire philosophy based on a lot of other stuff. But a lot of it was Christianity, which is why Thomas Jefferson, took the New Testament and edited it down. He just took out all the supernatural stuff, all of the he wanted the lessons of Christ. He goes, I want to focus on this, and that's why they have the Jefferson Bible and the point that he was making. So I can see that is the time that we are in now, and I don't see prominent individuals that are really taking up that mantle, except Dave Smith is a good example. Somebody doing all Ron Paul.
Yeah, well, the thing is, they're more by the day. I mean, and more and more young people, I mean, they have for decades identified libertarian, but it's becoming mainstream. I mean, they don't even look at Dave, like you used to be, and here's the libertarian Dave Smith, or, like Ben Shapiro, the comedian. Well, Dave Smith has risen beyond the comedian. They don't call him that anymore, and they don't even call him the libertarian. It's Dave Smith. He's right. Considered equal the way when they have him on these shows now, which is a normalization of libertarian philosophy, of non-interventionism, and all the rest that I've never seen. So it's
where are all the other ones that have carved themselves out an audience of millions or even a significant number, and they're not taking this on? They have been diverted with money, resources, influence, promises, contracts. It's just like a bunch of great bands. You get, the band Boston or Led Zeppelin or whatever, and they sign up a record deal, and then their, the creativity starts to go away, or they just create an AI version or something. I mean, that's what I'm seeing, and that's what I'm concerned about. We need more Dave Smiths.
Yeah.
That's my point.
And they're there. They're coming out, but from all different colors of that. But he's like the leading voice of it. You're going to start to see tangential views from it. Owen Schreier is another example. He's more conservative MAGA, turning more libertarian, however you want to. And the thing is, the labels don't even apply now. It's just the basic philosophy, us versus they, them, those, as you would say. But it's rooted in the libertarian philosophy that started the country, which was all about, they, them, those over King George, and the redcoats versus the people. I mean, that's really just it's a reincarnation of it. Before we get off the topic, I just wanted to throw my own thought into about the founding fathers, and if I was going, not that I'm a founding father, but anyway, but when I studied history, I saw my position, strangely enough, and I wasn't looking for it, but identified with Senator Hutchinson, which most people say, who? Which is exactly why I wouldn't be. I'm not John Adams or anything. But Hutchinson was one of the main founding fathers, although he was like a minor one in history. But he was kind of the leader of the bloc that was definitely understood the situation. But they were, from your point of view and John Adams' point, and Sam Adams' point of view, and John Hancock's point of view, dragging his damn feet. Sound familiar? And he was the one that was like, hey, Hutchinson's like, look, I get where you guys are going. You guys see it. You're attorneys. You're entrepreneurs. You see how the real world works. You're scholars. You've studied, the Greeks. You've studied the Roman Empire. Keep in mind the education class. The distinction was like night and day back then. It's not like everyone had pseudo college education and had access to the internet to learn things. Whether people are smart today or not, I don't know.
They read.
Yeah, exactly. They were very, very, very read versus people didn't have that opportunity. But Hutchinson's thing was, look, if you go too quick, then you're just, let's say, if you're just 1% of people who want to change, then you're going to be looked at as the ultimate troublemakers. You won't have the support of the people. You haven't gotten to a critical mass yet, and you'll be squashed. And it's like, look, let's slow down, let it be more organic before that happens. If it even happens, maybe it doesn't have to happen. Maybe there can be, dare I say, I don't say culture in this case, to be honest, but a perspective difference. Kind of like they say in a courtroom, there's one side, there's the other side, and the truth is somewhere in between. And unless you're dealing with a sociopath, that's really bad. But most times people have different perspectives. And and that's how Hutchinson looked at it. And he's like, look, we've got a time difference. Any message that goes back to England takes like a month or so to get there. Then they have to debate it in Parliament or whatever. Then they have to write the response, come back to America. It shows up at Massachusetts Harbor. Then they have to make copies and then horse it to all the different states. Then they have to get around and everyone have a conversation about it. I mean, it's not like it was like
J.D. Vance to Pakistan.
Yeah. It's not like Donald Trump just puts a tweet out at 2 a.m. and the whole world changes within a minute. I mean, it was a lot different then. So Hutchinson's like, look, let's just – and he argued. He was getting yelled at by the Ernie Hancocks, just like Ernie and I go at it. It was the same thing. And they had a huge fight because the Hancock branch was like, let's just start now. Let's go tell him to go F himself, because we're not going to deal with, with the Intolerable Acts and the Stamp Act and all this kind of stuff, which is kind of the same thing, actually. But Hutchinson's like, no. So he to the credit of the Ernie Hancocks back in the day, they went, fine, Phranq. All right. You're killing me. I can hear it. It's like I'm reading history and I can hear Ernie and I. You're killing me, Phranq. Fine, all right? We'll play it your way one time, okay? So we'll all be like little wussies here. Let's go ahead. Why don't you write a little letter to King George and say maybe we're being misunderstood? How's that, Phranq? Make you feel better? So I got to hear that. And that's what happened. And they wrote the whole the early Continental Congress back in the day. They wound up drafting what was eventually known as the Olive Branch petition, which was essentially, and it was all this flowery language of your greatest majesty, King George, into we have the utmost respect as your children here in the American colonies. And the Ernies back then are like puking. But anyway, and it's basically saying, look, we really still like to be British citizens. We like to be under, we just want to be treated properly and have representation. And I think things are being taken out of context and all of this. And so the Olive Branch petition was sent to King George, and two things came to three. One was he was sick. He had a very interesting urination problem that affects the brain. And so to this day, historians believe that if he didn't have this acute, it's a very odd disease, which actually I taught in medical school about it, but it affects the brain. So to be honest, if he didn't have that problem, he may have been more clear thinking. He was acting like Trump is today, kind of a little nutty and reactionary. But the King George got two inputs at the same time. He got the Olive Branch petition saying, we really want to be friends. Let's just talk it out. It's not like, maybe there's a solution here. And at the same time is when he heard about the Boston Tea Party. And so both things happened at the same time. And he thought he was being yanked around. He's like, wait a minute, you guys it was almost like what we did to Iran. Let's have a peace conference, then we're going to bomb you at the same time. That's how King George saw it. He's like, you're asking to have a peace talk, and then you just threw the tea overboard. And it's because there was no communication back then for groups to talk. So King George is like, you guys are yanking me around, screw you. Plus, he was a little crazy at the time. And then he just sent all the, and the invade was at Boston Harbor, and it went from there. So anyway, I just love the history part. I hope I didn't put you guys to sleep. But that's kind of how I see the tapestry of today. That's why I tend to get a little bit into the weeds about the machinations of how we're getting there, which can be frustrating of like, does it matter? Like Ernie says, it just doesn't matter. Let's skip to the end and get there.
We're going to get to some matters. This is what, the point I was making with what's-his-face and Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're talking about stupid shit. Here's Associated Press news. Okay,
sure.
This is out today. Associated Press. Trump administration agrees to return Rainbow Pride flag to New York Stonewall Monument. What?
What? I didn't say at the same time.
What? Why? What? People. I probably need to put it up here on the screen. Nobody believes me. You just go. It's Associated Press. The Trump administration has agreed to keep flying a Rainbow Pride flag on a federal flagpole at the Stonewall National Monument. Okay, one, why? Two, that's a story. I mean, I care either way. I'm just. it's so trivial, the crap that we occupy our minds with when we have hunger, famine on the horizon. It is, this kind of crap is just amazing to me, what we're worried about.
And speaking of being worried, I'm going to start, which you opened the show with, which I laughed because it's what I have in my highlight. You said we're at a turning point, and that's exactly how I titled my notes. We're at a turning point, pun intended.
We're at a turning point.
Exactly. And that the turning point itself is part of the news. We'll get to that. But we have a turn. I think this past week, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when you're in history, you think every time could be important, but I think we're at this transition time in history, which is not always one day. It could be, weeks or months. But my God, it's like every day. I don't know about you, Ernie, in this audience. I wake up, I'm like, what's the next chapter today? And it's happening so quick. But the turning point is on two fronts. So you could probably argue more when you're dealing with the economy, which we'll get to maybe later on today about the gold and the Phranq taking all their gold out of America, and a lot of stuff. We want to talk about that later.
Well, we only got an hour and a half or 2 hours. I got another show this afternoon.
I know. I get it. But the turning point.
We can't do a 6 hour.
No, that's not that long. But the turning point is on two fronts mainly, I think, right now, in the last week at least or more, is the turning point on Israel and the turning point on Trump, or you could say the implosion of Trump, or the implosion of support for Israel, or the exposure of what the Israeli government's involvement in America has been. I mean, it's like what he always I always get it wrong, but it doesn't happen all at once, but it happens overnight or something like that. And it feels like it's happening to that degree now. I mean, right now we're talking about the gay color flag. We're literally on the cusp of World War III, and I don't know. Maybe it's up on Phoenix. What happened to the China blockade? We have China that's now sending its ships to Iran saying, we don't care what your kerfuffle is with Iran, America. That's your deal. But we have a deal with Iran. They're our friends, and we're doing business. Get the F out of our way, and we're coming through. And now so you have these ships and all the might of China, backed also with Russia, we may add, versus Trump's ego and the midterms, which I know Ernie doesn't give a crap about, but is like I argued it last week, it matters probably to Republicans and those who just want to keep their power.
I would care more if I thought they would be an accurate representation of the will of the people.
Well, no, fair enough. As far as, again, how voting affects us as people expressing your desire, that I'm not arguing that's, let's say it doesn't always work out to make it lightly. I'm just talking about from the point of view of the politicians themselves and Trump looking at probably being definitely impeached and maybe worse. And who knows for all the Republicans like Vance and, of course, Rubio and people who've bet their entire careers on being in Trump's circle. And now Trump each day becomes more and more toxic. And how long can these hangers on keep being in his circle until they realize he's so toxic? Forget about the nation. Forget about the people. None of that matters. Who cares about that? We're talking about politicians saving their own skin. And when J.D. Vance shows up at Turning Point and there's nobody there, and I assume, you've all seen that picture. Even my wife couldn't believe how few people were there. And that's both Turning Point and the vice president, the so-called future president. So, when you see that, how long, and we're only, a year and not even a year and a half into this presidency. We've got like another 2.5 years or something of this, which I don't think it's going to play out the way normal presidencies do, but that's another conversation. But that's where at a turning point there. There's the CNN poll that
let's describe this, what really was going on. One of the Turning Point USA events, they get a basketball arena or whatever what they always do. And she was to speak. Oh, Erica Kirk's going to be there yakking this about that. And then, along with J.D. Vance. Well, J.D. Vance showed up, and she didn't. Right. So he gets there. He does his speech to, a small crowd sitting on the floor, and the entire stadium was empty. And I don't know. I guess there could have been, they're expecting tens of thousands, and there's a couple hundred, maybe. But
a fifth of what that stadium could hold. A fifth.
Yeah, it was less than that. There was not that many people from what I saw. So I'm going, okay, well, what does this represent? Turning Point USA is done.
Oh yeah.
It was done as soon as Charlie was gone, and it definitely was done after Erica Kirk took over, and you went through and whatever the Israel
Erica
thing.
Kirk didn't take over. Israel took over Turning Point. That's what happened.
Same
He's
thing.
really lobbied.
So this was, and then you find out about Erica, her background, where she came from, her mom, the CIA, Israel, whatever, and was she a plant, an operative to get close to and take over and guide Charlie. I mean, there's going to be the movie, okay, but Candace Owen would not let this go. She knew they were lying sacks of crap, and she had a relationship with Charlie and understood his heart and what was really going on. So she was dog with a bone, man. That was not going to go away. And then as time goes on, it just keeps revealing more and more. This Israel thing is, for my entire life, keep in mind, JFK gets assassinated. Do they blame it? It could have had it. They didn't like him none too much. Whether they did it or not, or part of the club, where it doesn't matter. But LBJ definitely was. Because when Lyndon Baines Johnson comes in, what does he do? Well, there's your war. He signs it, Vietnam, military industrial, go make some money. And then during the Yom Kippur War, which was what, 67 or something, there was Israel having battles with kind of what they had. The USS Liberty was a surveillance ship that was off the coast of Israel, and they knew it was there. They knew it was an American ship, and they went and strafed it, tried to sink it, killed a bunch of sailors and so on. And then the U.S. did nothing. Lyndon Baines said, look, I'm not going to go bomb them, do whatever, and I got to rebuild it and pay for it anyway, So from that moment on, you could see we were Israel's bitch. And I don't know if it was before that, from after World War II, the bankers, the Zionists did, whatever, it doesn't matter. But we are definitely their bitch in the White House since the late 60s, faux show. And as this goes on, then you start getting into the Charlie Kirk thing. You start getting into the Butler shooting thing. You start getting into the Epstein thing. You start getting in. Erica Kirk sitting there making out with J.D. Vance on stage. That was a little too, even with Trump, it's just, there's something else going on. That shoe has yet to drop.
Yeah, and I keep going back to that interesting opportunity I had for my wife and I. We went down to Turning Point. Many of you have heard the story, for the memorial at the Turning Point building, not the giant memorial you saw on TV.
It was right after.
It was right after it was shot, right? And all the flowers are outside Turning Point, and it was a very solemn event, and a lot of tears, and a lot of people felt, they couldn't help it. But I was shocked at how many Israeli flags, like 10%. All these little tiny flags they're all American, but 10% of them, at least, it was roughly about 10%. Or more, actually, were Israeli flags. I'm like, why are the Israeli flags all around here?
No, more than that. It was evenly distributed throughout the crowd for the optics for the news coverage.
Well, then, yeah, for the news coverage, I guess. But I was just on the ground. I would say 10, 15% that were at least stuck in the flowers. It wasn't like it was just enough to show its presence, but not enough to be overbearing. And I was taking a lot of notes on that. And of course, where's the French flag? Where's the Canadian flag? Where's whatever other flag? But in any case, let me play. It's about a minute here. This should be news. We're going to play CNN on Freedom's Phoenix. Already you'll love this. So this is the Jewish, which he admits. What's his name here? The commentator does polls on CNN. He's a pretty good guy. I like him. But here he is talking about, run all the numbers, Israel's U.S. popularity problem. It's a bunch of polls, but they're pretty telling, and it changes each week. And here's the new update. Here we go.
And today we are running all the numbers on Israel's U.S. popularity problem. Israel is losing support here in the United States, even amongst Republicans. Take a look at this data. Take a look at this data amongst young Republicans. Look at this massive shift that we have had over just the last 4 years, the net favorability of Israel among Republicans under the age of 50. You go back to 2022, 2 thumbs up. 2 thumbs up for Israel amongst young Republicans. But by 2025, look at this. already a 30-point shift away. Their net favorability down to -2. Today, look at this, -16 points. That's an over 40-point shift in just 1, 2, 3, 4 years' time away from Israel amongst young Republicans. But that's not the only part of the Republican base where Israel is struggling. How about amongst moderate or liberal Republicans? They make up about a third of the Republican base at this point in time. The net favorability of Israel with moderate liberal Republicans back in 2022, again, 2 thumbs up. You'll notice I do a lot of Siskel and Ebert references. I just really like them. At plus 26 points. Today, again, negative territory, -9 points. That's a 35-point shift in just 4 years' time with moderate liberal Republicans shifting away from Israel. And this, to me, gives you a good indication of why one of the more ardent critics of Israel within the Republican Party is actually, at this point, favored to win a competitive primary. You may know him, Thomas Massey. He, of course, is the representative from Kentucky's 4th District. He has been opposed by Donald Trump. Donald Trump has endorsed his opponent. Pro-Israel voices are also opposed. Many of them have also opposed Thomas Massey. But at this point, look at this. His chance of being the Republican nominee, winning that Republican primary in Kentucky's 4th District, is actually more likely than not to occur. Look at this. According to the Cow Street prediction market at this point, a 71% chance. But here's the thing. Again, I'm building blocks here. It's not just on the right. It's not just amongst Republicans where Israel is losing support amongst the unexpected places. How about among younger men? Younger men who were a key part of Donald John Trump's coalition back in 2024. They have very much shifted away from Israel. Look at this. Net favorability of Israel under the age of 50. In 2022, not too bad, but not too hot to trot either at -3 points. By 2025, again, down we go, -22 points. That is a 19-point shift in just 3 years' time. But it gets even worse. Look at this for Israel. -47 points. That's a 44-point shift away from Israel on the net favorability amongst young men who, of course, shifted massively into the Republican column back in 2024, and they have been shifting away from Israel over the last 4 years. But here's the thing. You want to talk about unexpected, perhaps no number I have seen is more unexpected than this one. Because when we talk about the Democratic base, right, and we talk about them being against Israel, that's been true amongst liberal and very liberal Democrats for a decent period of time. But now we're even seeing it among moderate and conservative Democrats. Because take a look at these numbers. I mean, this is a sea change. This is a sea change. Net favorability of Israel amongst non-liberal Democrats, that is those who identify as either moderate or conservative. Back in 2022, Israel was on the plus side of the ledger. I'll give it 1 thumbs up at +3 points. Look at this. By 2025, -30 points. That's a 33-point shift in just 3 years' time. You think that's a big shift? How about now? Look at this. Among moderate conservative Democrats, the net favor of Israel, down into the Sea of Galilee at -55 points. That's a nearly 60-point switcheroo in just 4 years' time.
So there you go. So I thought it was worth playing that. I mean, that's just, and he's you know, I always like that guy, but that's a shift that even the AIPAC lobby can't get around. And the fact that they threw in Thomas Massey, good for them. And it shows that there's no teeth left in that old dog, Donald Trump, between him and Benjamin Netanyahu attacking all the attackers and for Ben Shapiro's ratings. Thomas Massey's polls just laughing at him. The whole thing.
You know, that was one thing when he did against Thomas Massey, calling him a moron, an MIT guy. I mean, and I guess even probably I would say more so than Rand Paul is Thomas Massey's more like Rand's father than probably anybody. And then you got some other guys, Amash, they would say he was better not, and then but Thomas Massey was a full-on principled, let me make the argument, and not afraid of him. And that's why they didn't like him. And it was payback for him and Marjorie Taylor Greene on the Epstein file thing. That was Trump did not, no matter how much he promised, all of a sudden, towards the end, it was a hell no, we're not. Why are you still talking about, that was the beginning of the end for Trump. And when they went after Marjorie, we're going to primary you, and Israel's going to fund it, and I'm resigning. I ran for Congress because I supported you. I came out from the private sector to go and support you, Donald Scumbag Trump, and you're doing that, calling me a traitor? Thomas Massey is a moron? Then Netanyahu comes out and said, oh, we're going to help you. We're going to primary you. Oh, we're going to fund that. Well, I didn't see. I mean, there's always, you spend enough money. You do enough election fraud. You know, is it could it be Israel and the Republicans? You know, because in Arizona, the most election fraud I was dealing with was Republicans. So it's not like they got clean hands. So I'm going, all right, Massey, is he going to run? Yes. Okay. On what? What are they going to say? You know, to what, for him to answer, what's the question? Let's do it. So I love that is the campaign that will demonstrate the toothless tiger, the paper tiger that Israel has become. And it's because of those ratings that you just cited. But that's just an example of them not being able to foretell or understand them going after Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene means, and them not supporting the release of the Epstein files and a whole bunch of others, and starting another freaking war.
Yep.
So this is, that's why I feel that we're at an inflection point, a mile marker in human history, to where the opportunity for us to really seize and take back our own lives from government is not by voting, not by supporting Massey, not by, getting in and doing, it has to be more personal than that. It has to be yourself and decisions, and maybe a local race or advocacy for whatever, or, excommunicate the Karens in your HOA. Something. It has to be a personal, decentralized decision for families, for the future of their kids and grandkids, and how they're educated, what they learn, what they emphasize is and is not important, and who the bad guys are and why.
It's interesting talking about culture change. I went so here in Arizona, it's the perfect weather.
No, I'm not talking about culture change.
Ernie's getting a lot done because the weather is perfect right now, and I know it's great just to work, even if you're working, to be outside in Arizona, and it's perfect motorcycle weather in Arizona. It's like almost should be illegal not to own a motorcycle in Arizona this time of year. But in any case, they have Bike Week. So I haven't been to Bike Week since my daughter was born. That's kind of like the big motorcycle convention here in Scottsdale, and people come from all over on their bikes. So, yeah, it's local. I was like, what the heck? I had the day off a little bit. I'm going to go shoot on over. So two things I noticed. One is that I decided to wear my new shirt that came in. It says Goyim Lives Matter. So I have that shirt, and I decided to wear it there. And I learned two things. One is that I did not see, now basically at this motorcycle convention, obviously motorcycles, but most of the vendors, they're selling like motorcycle bells, for your thing. They sell sunglasses, goggles, and T-shirts. There's nothing more than black T-shirts with very interesting, colorful things.
And I bet they had a lot of for sale, cheap, nobody wants them, no bumper stickers for Trump.
It's worse than that. I looked, there was no Trump shirts, nothing in any of the vendors anywhere. And not only that, I didn't see one person walking around with anything Trump-related, MAGA,
2 years ago, it would have been saturated.
Absolutely. And I couldn't believe, I do believe it, but it was going to the belly of the beast. And the other thing that happened was I lost count how many people would come up and they'd be like, hey, man, they'd be fist bumping me for my shirt. I had some of these bikers, I saw them just start laughing when they walked past me. They're like giggling. It was funny as hell. So it was interesting just seeing that little culture change with the biker thing. What do
you think was going to happen by doing that?
I don't know. I just wanted to get used out of my shirt, man. I paid money for that shirt. I want to wear it.
I guess you're tall enough, big enough to not have to worry too much.
Yeah. So, cool. I have a ponytail, so I guess I'm not allowed to fit in or something. But it was all good. I did get some nice goggles. I'll show you later. But anyway, moving on to the Trump thing, though, because I said there are two implosions. The one is the Israeli lobby, the perspective. And, of course, Trump and Israel, that's the whole point, though. They're tied to the hip. For whatever the reason is, that's a whole other discussion. We could go all day on that one. But regardless, Trump's implosion, and like even my wife said herself the other day, she's just, and we all see this, he's like a cornered animal. And that's the problem with Trump. When he cannot apologize, he cannot admit defeat, and
he's like a hooded falcon. He doesn't know what the hell's going on.
That's a good. Yeah. So like if you think about it, in just like the last week or 2 weeks, whatever, I mean, he's attacked first off his entire base. So when they say 100% of MAGA supports him, well, we have to define MAGA. It's amazing how these polls never define MAGA,
Right.
because all the people, I mean, Lindsey Graham is MAGA all of a sudden, and Tucker, who actually
Oh,
did.
God. This
and,
Lindsey Graham thing, that's a Thomas Massey level fuck up. That's just stupid.
And Tucker Carlson, I mean, does Trump suddenly and his whole team forget that Tucker? Remember, I mean, you and I went to the Tucker show. Tucker went nationwide.
Oh yeah,
to do
that's
the
right.
home stretch.
Russell Brand and Tucker.
Yeah, I mean, that place was filled, unlike a certain Turning Point, the rally recently. I mean, the place was filled, and he went from city to city to city, and people paid money and tickets and had to go through damn security checkpoints to get in to go to do these things. And Tucker put everything on the line, to support Donald Trump. I mean, that talk about support on top of getting canned from Fox for supporting Trump over the whole election. And so to turn on Tucker, he's turned on, of course, we all know that we all read the text a million times, but I hate to go through the list. Megyn Kelly and and Adam. I'm sorry, and
Alex Jones, Candace Owens,
but there's others.
Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Destroyer,
and picking and trading
Sean
for
Ryan.
what? Lindsey Graham? I mean, that's his trade-off.
No, exactly. Like what kind of trade-off is that? Sean Ryan. I mean, I hate it when they keep saying the same four, because there's so many more that are also influential. And then the few that are still hanging on, like Tim Pool, who went to Chatham House Rules when he met with Bibi Netanyahu. Remember we covered that on that show a couple of years ago? And he didn't disclose he was meeting with Bibi and a few other influencers. And then when they found out he was there, he goes, "Oh well, it was a nothing burger. We were just invited. And look, and when a head of state invites you, I mean, why would you say no?" And he goes, "Okay, Tim. Well, you didn't tell us you were going, so can you tell us what you talked about?" We had what's called Chatham House Rules, and then he started to be all didactic, talking about Chatham House Rules. It basically means that you agree to just keep it quiet. It's just you can talk that you were there, but you can't talk about what was discussed. And so of course now you see they buy TikTok, and of course they want to buy off these influencers. Now, what was he bought off or not? Well, you can't prove it, but Tim Pool was also in another scandal that happened a year or so ago, where he was taking money from a place that apparently was getting outside funding through Russia or something. So I don't know whether it's true or not.
Yeah, no, my impression of Tim was his goals are different. It was, because keep in mind, he was a Occupy Wall Street kind of street activist with the guys getting some attention of whatever, got a show, and the skateboarder, with a beanie hat. And the impression that I got, because we had, had dinner, I know him, but it was, I just met him that one time.
Yeah.
I know people that he knows. His focus was money. His focus is he wanted to open his own kind of studio bar, multi-level, kids coming in playing pinball, pool, kind of ping pong. It was a social thing. He liked the attention. He wanted to be able to expand his influence for money to be able to create what he wanted for the future. I could see it. I mean, I explained it to me. And I'm going, someone in that position of influence, not to have, certainly covering politics, not to emphasize, freedom for everybody. I want to have, a certain, thing done. Make this illegal, make this legal. Do it. None of that even came up. So what is your main goal? Well, I want to, and he went on about his own aggrandizement and material things that he wanted to accomplish for himself. And I'm going, okay, these type of people are susceptible to flatter, bribery, money, influence, all the things that control people like that. And you can call it Project Mockingbird. You can do it. I bet, that Israel's paying $7,000 in epic drug. I'm wondering if Tim's making a bunch of money on that one, So it was, And I didn't share it with anybody really, other than I just put him in a category that there was no. Now I liked some of his staff. A couple of guys were cool, but I could see where his direction was because I've seen it many times before.
Well, let me comment for also with Tim. I think we're not trying to bash on an individual. He's not here to defend himself. But I'd say, first off, his those studios and coffee shops that were cultural hangouts, he was doing it, dare I say, he called it the culture war response. Like he would say, you can't just complain, you need to have solutions. And his solution was, and this is probably why I also like to show early on, is he came at it from a culture perspective, not to get in that debate. It's just, that was his view. He goes, you know what? It's like the culture has to change to get our freedoms back, kind of like what you and I argue about. So he thought, well, since the left has owned everything, and you go to Starbucks, it's far left. There's like 20 signs, no guns allowed. Well, how about you have a coffee shop, you say guns are allowed as an example, or whatever, hang out for people to feel safe to talk about what they want. So that was his idea. I'm not saying it wasn't to make money as well, but at least that was the perspective. Now, the second thing is, and just hold your thought on this one for a minute, you can see how much he's lost support because one of our people, which I always wondered what his view was, Luke, I always get his name wrong, Rupinkowski, how do you say his last name? Radowski. So he, of course, half the year he was always on his show doing the Timcast IRL, and it looks like he's gone solo, and he just started his own channel, and he's like, you know what? He's like bailing off of that ship. So he already sees where this is going, and Tim must know that too, because Luke was a big draw bringing in the libertarians and anti-war people. But probably Luke knows the anti-war, libertarian-minded Tim Pool viewers, like maybe Phranq Tamburri, are all gone, right? So it's like, so Luke's like, why is he doing it? He's going to do his own show. The other thing with Tim with this is, and this is a little, maybe I'm just being a little softy for Tim here. But, when I thought about him, too, here's a slight defense. And the defense is that he has not marinated in this problem long enough. Ernie has done it a lot. Most of us listening, and the economic discussion group members, and you throw out Charles Goyette, and a lot of you know who he is. I mean, a lot of us, Ron Paul, we've been battling this for, almost as long as we've been alive. We've been doing it before the internet. A lot of us, maybe the John Burke Society. Like, it's been an uphill battle over Social Security numbers. And, constantly. Tim Pool has two things against him. One is he's younger, which can't hold that against him. But also, so he didn't live through a lot of it. But he came at it, like you said, from the left. He came out from the left. He was Occupy Wall Street. He was a Bernie Sanders supporter. And so to his credit, and why I like his show, because I love seeing conversions. I like to see how people's thinking process changes. That's one of the main reasons I like listening to his show. And so, he starts as Bernie Sanders and he's anti-gun and all of that. And then he goes to, I might support Hillary, but I don't really want to, but I can't vote for Trump. And then by the next election, he's like, all right, I guess I'll reluctantly vote for Trump. And then he gets his first gun, and then Steven Crowder helps him out. Next thing you know, within 2 years, he's got an arsenal. He's like super gun guy, which a lot of us know how that goes. You get your first gun, all of a sudden it's like, oh man, I'm going to have an arsenal. And then by the third, election, he's like diehard Trump, and he's invited to Mar-a-Lago. So he goes from this transition that was very quick, and give him credit for it. It's been a fat thing to watch. He I think brought a lot to the movement and exposure and a lot of great discourse, but he doesn't have the battle wounds. He went from, a young lefty that was thrown money at him for being part of the liberal TV show. But I think it was not Access. Anyway, it was one of those big YouTube internet channels. I can't remember offhand. It was a big one that I think. Anyway, it went out of business. But so he goes from there, and then he starts getting money like hand over fist. In many ways, speaking like us, learning where the market was. I don't think he did that out of greed, but I think he started to go through that conversion. But he all of a sudden goes from making money as a left journalist to making tons of money, joining into this movement that was being brewed by people on all sides, libertarian conservatives, independents, all of them having the grievances against the system, they, them, those. and he just rode that wave. Good for him, but he never went through the trials and tribulations. So now, when Trump is doing what he's doing and such, he can't understand this anger. He can't understand why people are just saying, "I'm done." This thing with Epstein, Epstein isn't just an issue that maybe Trump, fumbled, or maybe he's just not, all right, politicians, sometimes they can't get things done, or maybe, whatever, they make an excuse for it. The Epstein was, like I used to say, the final boss of a fight that the people have had for decades and decades, since JFK's assassination, at least. I mean, it goes all the way back to that. For people who follow this and all the different scandals and good people going to jail and bad people not going to jail, and go on and on and on. And that is what Epstein represents. Not to mention how many people were, the victims of Epstein, the people who tried to just talk about it on radio shows, and you get kicked off the air in 2 seconds, and things even worse than that. So that's what Epstein represents. But Tim Pool has never gone through that. So he doesn't understand it. So I think that's probably why he's being left in the dust. Again, not to make this all about Tim Pool, but I think that's kind of what's happening with a lot of these people in the middle who are kind of new to the story. So anyway, that's the Trump thing. Last thing I wanted to say about Trump on this, because this implosion, is about Tucker Carlson. So, man, oh man, did you watch the new video that just dropped last night that Tucker did? Did you get to see the monologue? I hope
it was on Israel.
Yeah. It just came out last night. I hope you're watching these Tucker shows.
Yeah, I think I did.
These Tucker shows are not just the here's the new podcast. I mean, I've never seen. I mean, every once in a while something starts to drive the narrative, and Tucker, it's just like home run after home run. It's like triple dunk each time, because we're at that inflection point from the prior discussion we had over Israel losing its grapple hold and the censorship over discussing it. And now it's cutting to the real core of, I guess, American identity and I'm not to make this a religious discussion, but that's what it's turning into. It's like, this is turning into a religious war. It's a religious war between the Middle East, religions and Judaism. So they're having, and the people in Gaza, they're having, the Palestinians, they're having their own religious war of a blood feud, which seemed over there, and that's bad enough that we're getting dragged into it. But now it's turning into a religious war here in the home front, which is what Tucker really laid out just last night. And definitely I would pin that one up on, if you haven't already, on the site. And that is, the religious war it's the Israeli first that are like diehard, maybe in their religion, which is Old Testament, going after Christians. And is, at the end of the day, and this is where sometimes people try to obscure the real issue, maybe to be nice or politically correct, or you're just trying to get along. But sometimes things just get to a breaking point and it has to be said. And these things that have never been said are being said day by day on the Tucker Carlson show. And I'm just pointing out, I'm just flabbergasted watching his videos. And if any of you are not watching them, you need to watch them. If nothing else, just to see that he's driving the narrative. And he is like David versus Goliath. He's David, to use the Jewish parable here, against Goliath, the system, or Donald Trump.
They're always fighting the last war. And they think this media war is going to be, we bought TikTok, we bought CNN, we bought, Hulu, we bought Paramount, we bought, whatever, the Israeli, Ellison, it doesn't matter. They how do you unlearn the truth? And when you got someone doing truth or asking the right question, I remember Butler Schaefer is a law professor in L.A., and he goes, it doesn't matter what the answer is if you're asking the wrong question. Well, they make sure you ask the wrong question. One of the things they had, it was the editor of a economics magazine, I think out of Europe, that was interviewing Tucker here recently, and she was trying to get him to say something anti-Semitic. It was just, well, do you believe does Israel have a right to exist? He goes, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, right to exist. Okay, does United Kingdom have a right to exist? Does USA have a right to? I'm for equal rights. I mean, what do you mean? Well, you're playing word games. No, I'm not. I want to know what the hell you're talking about. So this type of tactic, this kind of labeling, I've been through this mostly through the 90s. It was a thing. I can go on and on, but it was this Israel thing. You are not allowed to have a certain position, and even Christian pastors that have been identified as Christian Zionist, or you they even pay off because they had unlimited money that we gave them. To buy congressmen, to influence elections, to do lobbying. That's one thing Massey goes on about. He goes, every congressman has their own personal, Israeli lobbyist, except me. So, this is how it started. One thing I wanted to do before we get off this subject of the media,
yeah.
But I wanted to just start off this Alex Jones thing. Tried to warn you, the moon. I got it up, and I just want to play the beginning of it, just see what we're dealing with here.
Oh, sure.
That this is the same thing, kind of what you're talking about. So let me just turn the volume up just a little bit.
Alex Jones has been trying to warn all of us for decades. He's accused powerful people of hiding their evil acts in plain sight.
Now I have to get the Bohemian Grove information out.
And then he was also right about Bohemian Grove.
He warned us about the elite pedo rings.
He was the guy who told me about Epstein's Island more than a decade ago.
Clinton took multiple trips to Epstein's private island where he kept young women as slaves.
They fly famous, rich scientists and politicians, and they compromise them with underage girls.
Police infiltrating protests to turn them violent.
Alex Jones had a great video called 9/11: The Road to Tyranny. It was the first time I really understood that agent provocateurs are a government strategy.
He even warned us about Bill Gates.
And I've seen Bill Gates say, we've got to get this down to 0. And he puts his clicker and puts an image of a human up there.
Most people dismissed him. A lot of what he said was absurd.
Gay people, I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
But the more prominent he became, the more these warnings took their psychological toll, sending him spiraling deep into alcoholism, which pushed him to even more erratic behavior that would one day destroy him completely, almost like it was done by design. By the very people he warned us of. Because over time, piece by piece, parts of what he'd been saying started to surface.
I did take those plane trips with him.
But by that point, it had already cost him his entire life and reputation.
I don't know it is not going to work that you are going to...
made obviously by his own creation.
You see, Alex Jones wasn't always such a mess. He wasn't this alcoholic Adderall addict, saying whatever he can to get clicks. In fact, in 1995, Jones was just a local Texas news reporter, and he was pretty handsome and eccentric, although still grounded and tuned in to reality. He liked a beer, but not too much, and he was proud of being in good shape.
I do drink some alcohol, though, and I probably should quit doing that because it makes me fat when I drink 2 or 3 beers.
Yeah, whatever. So it gets, he's getting props and they're seeing that. But I remember in the early days, I don't know of anyone else that was doing this. I've been on the Alex Jones show a couple of times, and we met at Camp Casey during the Baby Bush's administration down in Texas. And Scott Horton, the anti-war radio guy, and I and Alex were there hanging. But it was... he is a very, very Trump-like narcissist kind of character, which is not necessarily bad. I mean, as long as you're directing it towards whatever. But my impression of him is, when we were, flying high there in the beginning, it was he wanted me to be part. He does this with a lot of the guys, Burmis, Luke. A lot of these people, he brings them in, gives them a little platform to help build him up an audience and be, his insulation. Go get them first. They're the canaries in the mine, and I could see what he wanted, but he was going to be one with the megaphone. He was going to be the one out front. He wanted you to back him up and link arms and whatever, but he was going to be the one with the megaphone. And even other radio stations that I was on. They would go, they call him the megaphone. Yeah, well, the megaphone on this other channel, we need you to come compete with, the megaphone. The megaphone? What the hell are you talking about? They were talking about Alex Jones. Well, I don't want to compete with Alex. I had a whole different perspective, so I just do my libertarian thing. But the point is that, I don't remember there being anybody else like him on these issues. Even Charles Goyette, that I had enormous respect for, great guy, he understood the industry. Now, where he was willing to fall on his sword and did was being anti-war in Baby Bush's Iraq War. That was his line. He wasn't going to give that one up. So we were very supportive of him and helped him, because, that's what Don and I do. But Alex Jones was representative of somebody that I don't think he was for sale. He could be. He just, that kind of personality cannot be beholden to somebody else and him be able to do what he does. It's just not in his mindset. So who's the next Alex Jones? I don't know. I don't think, it's like saying who's the next Charlie Kirk. It's just that you go through an entire lifetime before you meet people like this in opposition to overwhelming odds. Well, Dave Smith is doing a good job, but I don't think he feels he's, under attack like Alex, blazed the trail for this kind of stuff. So I give him props. The last time I was on his show was when the FBI was showing up at his studios when it really started. And he was scared. And he's going, they really are. And I go like this. I said, Alex, the best, I just wanted to be positive, because I'm no fear kind of guy. And I said, one of my best friends told me, when I first started doing this in the late 80s, early 90s, we were, having our phone tapped and we were being followed, just kind of stuff we were doing. It was, they were making it obvious. And I go, best advice I got from a friend, he said, if you'd stop being so paranoid, all those people would stop following you. Well, that pissed him off. And he goes, they really are. You think it's done? I go, whoa. I just don't care. They got to change out my FBI guys every 2 weeks because we keep converting them. I choose not to care. No fear, no fear, no fear. That was the last time I was on. But had I been, a sycophant and kind of, whatever, been brought in, but he was always the megaphone. He was always the spokesperson. He was always the guy out front. He was so when you had what was his name, Owen Schroeder.
Yeah.
He kept getting interrupted so much by Al. He was just, Owen Schroeder was just a tool. He was a popular tool. And the more popular he was, the more Alex wanted to interrupt him beyond his show. And finally, Owen, screw this, man. I'm done with this narcissistic crap. So Alex is his own, thing. But who else is like that? You always go on about Tim Pool and not even in the same ballpark.
Oh, yeah.
So who's the next Alex Jones? Who's that bombastic, in your face, gonna say it, looking for some dirt, kind of? And then Alex just came on, God, in the last couple of days, that he goes, say one more disparaging thing about me, Trump. One more. You think I've been on your ass now? Yeah, he goes, just say one more thing. I will F you up. You think it's bad now? Keep it up, son bitch.
Oh my God! Well, look, this is part of this implosion. Just in the last week, I was, I rattled them all off. Owen and Candace, and all these supporters. And if you add up, look, just pick one. Megyn Kelly, for instance. Joe Rogan. Just pick one. They dwarf just Fox News's ratings, and yet it's like Trump's folly is. He still can't figure out that people are not watching Fox. Like he's the ultimate echo bubble, and someone who is so media savvy as Trump, I cannot. That's the mystery everybody has, which is how he must know. How does he not? Does he he won in large part because his son had to say, "Dad, the discussion is not Fox. It's Theo Von. It's all these people, and that's what put him over the edge. It got all the moderate conservatives or independents. So the fact he doesn't get that is part of the mystery. Either he does. Maybe he does. He just doesn't care, and he just likes to have the sycophants on the morning show and the 5 just say, "Oh, you're amazing, you're amazing," and he's in a feedback loop. But you'd think someone that controlled. Remember, he doesn't drink alcohol. He's a very measured guy. He's very strategic. He's not
Alex
stupid.
Jones.
And so, there. So anyway, I don't. I'm trying to get into his head right now. But he attacks all of his base right before the midterms. What else? Then he goes after the Pope. He goes after the Pope. It's the largest. What's the largest? Definitely the largest Christian-related religion. I think it might be the largest organized religion in the world. And he goes after the Pope, the first American Pope, right? I mean, how many people?
After he puts up a picture of him as Christ.
No, exactly. So then
and he does that. Then, he does the Allah thing. Praise be Allah, whatever the hell. On Easter. Then he goes after just stupid shit.
Right, which is offending Christians, which this is, whether, myself as a Buddhist, this is a Christian nation. It was founded with Christian principles. It has an ultimately Christian culture that helped create it. Now, it doesn't mean, separation of church and state. I get all that. And maybe it's changing. Maybe it's meant to change. Maybe it doesn't matter. Whatever. But that's what this country has been. And that's what's really the discussion that Tucker is really finally bringing up. That's what last night's show, I never saw it so on the nail. And so then Trump is losing on all fronts. But the way Tucker is handling it, he's getting hit on all sides. Right? You've got Alex. Just one more, man. I'm going to come after you. But no one is dealing with it like Tucker. It's just, I have to say, every day I get mesmerized at how more brilliant Tucker is than I, to be honest, gave him credit. And I always knew he was a smart guy, except when he used to wear the bow tie and it was the war hawk for the neocons. But he's paid his price on that. But I want to tell you about a movie. Here's movie time. Dr. Tamburri likes his movies. There is one of my favorite movies when I was thinking of going to law school. It was a guilty pleasure. It's up there with my Xanadu. But it's called From the Hip. And I'm sure none of you know this movie. It came out in 1990. And Judd Nelson. Remember Judd Nelson? He was part of the Brat Pack from...
Yeah, I think I remember that movie. It was...
John Hurt. John Hurt was in it. Do you remember that movie?
It was, he was a lawyer.
Yeah.
And he was...
Yeah, I'll tell you the story. You remember it. So I'll jog your memory. I've seen it so many times when I was young. Something about the movie.
He had all the law books on the table. Was it that one?
Yeah. He was, but his nickname was, his last name was Weathers, and people called him Stormy Weathers, because he was just like this. He was almost like Alex Jones as an attorney. He was really, really smart, but he would use, let's say atypical arguments and theatrics in the courtroom, which in real life would get you disbarred in 2 seconds, but, made for a good movie. So he would do things to try to find the truth, right? So anyway, eventually, because of his reputation, he gets hired by this multi-millionaire, triple PhD professor of a college. He runs the college, and that's John Hurt, who's acting like the ultimate Big Brother, because remember he played Big Brother in 1984. He didn't play Big Brother. He played the actual guy. I forget. But anyway, so John Hurt is playing essentially a sociopath who is extremely erudite. He's an intellectual. He speaks like the most pompous British kind of guy, right? And he's in control of all his faculties. He's measured, but he was accused of murdering a woman. I think it was like a prostitute, or maybe it was a college student. Anyway, he's accused of murder, and there's blood on a hammer and all of this kind of stuff. And they thought they had him dead to rights, but he's so crafty, he's so smart, he's evading the law, and he claims his innocence. And Stormy Weathers is his defense attorney. So he's taking on the case.
Yeah, but wasn't the criminal... Wasn't he a judge himself at one time?
No. Stormy Weathers was not. He was just a young attorney. He was just trying to get into...
No. I mean the other guy.
No. He was not an attorney. He was a professor. He was a professor.
Yeah, okay.
So anyway, so the point is, he's swearing his innocence, and he's been framed, and he's using all the faculties of his intellectual prowess to stay above it. Now, when you're seeing the movie, you're not sure if he's guilty or not. But through the course of the movie, you find out he's really guilty. And you get to the crux of the problem. Stormy Weathers is always about justice, but he's a new attorney. What do you do when you're the attorney and you know that your client is really guilty? And yet you know that you're able to get him off. Do you get him off? Now, obviously, that's what attorneys do, but this was the quandary that he was dealing with, and he was told that that he could remove himself from the case, but if he does, he'll be disbarred. He'll get penalized and all this. So he's got to go through unless he can get the client to admit it himself. So he goes, So anyway, it gets to the finale. And
he has him on the stand.
Yeah, wait, let me tell the story. Yeah, exactly. Gets him on the stand, and he's like, look, this is my defense. This is John Hurt. He's a nice guy. There's nothing going on. He's being accused of using this hammer, and he put the hammer with the blood on it right in front of him because it was evidence right in front of him on the stand. He goes, you see this hammer? I mean, look. Someone who would take this hammer and slam it into the skull of a woman and do this? He's like, you get some brute, but look at my client. He's old and he's feeble. He could barely pick up this hammer. And look, he's weak. And matter of fact, the prostitute that testified said he couldn't even get it up during their so-called date. He goes, he's impotent. He's impotent. And he's like saying all this to the jury. And all of a sudden, John Hurt friggin' flips out like a dog, grabs the hammer and tries to kill the attorney, right? And of course, then they realize he's the bad guy, right? So he exposed them by using, like reverse psychology, essentially. And anyway, it's a great movie, guys, From the Hip, if you want to check it out. But that, to me, is like what Tucker Carlson is doing. Like, when he was asked about, well, Donald Trump says you're low IQ and your whole family knows you're low IQ and you're pathetic. And what did he say? He didn't do an Alex Jones. Just tell me one more thing. Tucker goes, he's in a tough position. All hostages are. He said, what do you call him, a slave?
Right.
Slave.
Kind of passive-aggressive stuff.
He doesn't know what he's doing. He's impotent. He's not in control. He's not he's
good comparison.
It's exactly
if you watch that
what's
movie,
happening.
No, that's exactly what was the result? When I thought that was Morton Downey Jr. When I remembered that, it was Judd. Okay, thanks for that. But I do remember that movie. Now, Hurt is the guy that played Chancellor in V for Vendetta.
Yeah,
he was the protagonist in 1984.
Yeah, that was the big brother I was thinking of. Thanks. Yeah.
So he gets up, and they were in a strategy meeting late at night. Him, the attorney, the defendant, and some of their staff, and William Hurt goes through this. I don't know, this rant on, but if I were that kind of person, and he just practically confessed to him. And they're like, whoa, this guy did it. And then they go, well, she's not really dead. She's come through the door right now. Or well, anyway, he didn't turn and look. They knew that. He was the only one that didn't have any doubt that you're something that they confirmed that, he was the guy in their head. So he went through what you did. And by belittling him, because he was that kind of narcissist, he was that kind of, you could tell he was that kind of crazy. So he egged it on and egged it on and egged it on. And then, he into a rage, which is probably what the mood he was in when he killed the whatever.
Yeah.
So I remember that scene. And I think the hammer struck into the banister or something like that.
Yeah, it did. It did.
And
you're right.
So what happened? See, I remember. So what happened was when Tucker does this thing for Trump, I see the comparison because Trump is very similar, if not exactly, the same emotional state, mindset, type of pathology, whatever person that they were portraying in this movie. And you could get his goat. That's why I keep saying, yeah, everybody around the world is playing him. The CIA's playing him. Russia's playing him. China's playing him. He's so predictable that they can get him to do this kind of stuff. So when Tucker does that, what's going to be the response from Trump? He's going to go over.
Yep.
You know, he can't not. That's just the way he is.
And we're seeing it now, like day by day. You know, but he's also
go big or go home. You're losing. Go bigger. Go bigger. Yes. Triple down. Go big. That's just his thing.
Yeah. It's like doubling down on a poker game, but you don't realize at some point when the other side doesn't follow your bluffs anymore. Once you lose that bluff ability, which he's done on the international stage as well, where countries don't, you know, they all think it's a toothless tiger from our military,
and they realize you're full of shit.
He's doing it domestically, the same thing. So now it's turning into a religious war on the home front. And this is the main point from his show. I want to bring this up, then we'll kind of move on to the gold thing. But I really want to
I want to do Alex thing.
Yeah,
we already did. Did we? No. We didn't do. Yeah. No. We didn't do the one more thing. You know.
Mm-hmm. So what are we talking about now? It's coming home. I'm seeing this. And again, coming from more of a Buddhist point of view, I didn't even see this myself, you know, but Tucker, you know, Christian, and, you know, Candace, Catholic, and Megyn Kelly, Catholic, and Piers Morgan, and how do I know this? Because they're
Tucker
all talking
Carlson,
about
Catholic.
it. Because they're all talking about it. Like, normally these podcasters or wherever they are, they don't talk about their religion, and they shouldn't, and I'm fine that they don't. But it's interesting, in the last week, I just found out what every one of their religions are because they're all talking about it now. And it's turning into a thing. And
none of them are big Pope fans anyway.
Right. It's not like they're probably going to the Vatican to visit every year. But the fact that it's coming, how do I, without bringing up the C word, but it's like religions have cultures themselves. I mean, just think about it in the sense of, you know, the Old Testament, they say that if you're a Jew, or the Old Testament says an eye for an eye, whereas the New Testament says turn the other cheek. I mean, those are profoundly different ways of how you live your world. And we're seeing this here right now. You're seeing how Trump is working with how the Israelis look at this. It's an eye for an eye. You know, it's a blood feud, and we're going to get them. We're going to destroy Gaza and all of this. And yet, at the end of the day, the Christian perspective, Catholic Christian, you know, those for the New Testament are saying, look, you know, any kind of death is bad. It's coming home to that point. And therefore, who's in charge of our country for our foreign policy? And Tucker, you have to see this episode. He basically coins the term, at least makes it on the world stage for the Tuckerverse. The word is, we are now, he says every government has a religion, a state religion. Again, he says it could be something like, you know, like Muslim, right? It could be Christianity, but sometimes it's not an official religion. It could be just a philosophy that it's basically the religion, the operating rules that a government goes through. And one way that you know which religion is really in charge.
The one you can't challenge.
Right. Which one has blasphemy laws? Because if there's blasphemy laws about it, then it's protected by the state. And so the quick version, he's saying, is that it's interesting how, you know, you can mock Christians, which I've said this for decades, why it is that you can mock, you know, priests and Christians all the time. But if you say something about, I don't know, a Native American, all of a sudden, like, oh my God, you know, you have to bow down and not offend anybody. So I've said this for years. I used to have debates with my wife, who's a Sikh, about the same thing. But no, the same thing here is like, how is it you could be sending out what's considered mockery about, you know, Trump thinking he's Jesus and then lying, saying he's a doctor. And then the next one, he puts himself with Jesus. Like, look, if you're going to put yourself with Jesus where you're not Jesus, maybe if Trump had a picture of him, AI, of him kneeling down in front of Jesus, maybe that might go over a little, like an apology. But no, the picture he released the other day is Jesus, like with his arm around Trump, like we're equals,
right?
BFFs, and that was the issue there. So whether he's obtuse because he's not religious himself, or he's purposefully sticking it to you, one way or the other, it doesn't matter. He keeps sticking it like pepper in the eye of religious people, of the Christian culture foundation of this nation, of the voter bloc. I mean, even my wife said the other day when she was listening to this, she says, I mean, remember, she's a Sikh, and she says, yeah, I didn't realize it was a Christian nation. Like, she doesn't see it that way, but she says, my God, every corner there's a church. I'm like, yeah, you just take it for granted how many churches are around. I mean, they might argue about their denomination or something, but, you know, you don't see many other religions as much at all. But anyway, Tucker saying, look, you know, you can mock Christianity all the time, and the president is doing it himself. But yet, can you ever see Donald Trump or the state media mock Judaism or say anything mocking that religion? You can't do it at all. And so since you can't, and I'm going to just do this one thing on anti-Semitism in a second, because that's basically the anti-blasphemy laws, the anti-Semitism laws. But he said because you cannot mock that religion, that means, and essentially our foreign policy is dictating, we're seeing it in front of us right now, is that we do have a state religion now. And he coined it, if you saw Ernie, Israelism. Right. Israelism. And I think that's something we're going to be hearing over. I'm sure it's going to be the new meme, the end on the meme thing, is Israelism. And that's what it is. And so he decided he said, look, not only is anti-Semitism now codified, and codified very abstractly, he basically, because the first
around Europe.
The first it's around the world, many other countries. So anti-Semitism, and if it's okay, I wanted to play a minute of him describing the definition of anti-Semitism. But the punchline, what he's getting to, is that in the first line, anti-Semitism is described as the perception, not anything factual, perception. Perception is what? Anything you just feel like? You get offended easily? This is like the leftists. Oh, yeah, the feels, the vibes, is all kids say nowadays. So that means something abstract. If somebody just feels it, now it's anti-Semitism, which is bad enough. But then you combine it with Trump's new stunt we heard the other day, where he wants to expand FISA, right? The FISA courts and the FISA rules, which allow the American government to spy on the citizens. And then Tucker,
secret warrants.
Yeah. And Tucker was saying last week or so, something I didn't even realize, is that the, I don't want to say it's Mossad, I mean, I don't know whoever it is, but it's the Israeli government spy organization, with maybe there's a different name for it than Mossad, but that they apparently have an office at the Pentagon. I mean, I haven't, backed that one up, but this is from Tucker saying it just last week, saying that, yeah, they have an office there. Like, they actually have their special office and they have special permission. So that apparently...
And they just bust into meetings and say, we're here.
And he said just yesterday or last night that apparently, and I forget the context here, but that Edward Snowden admitted, he disclosed that American data, or the data that was collected on Americans, which probably shouldn't have happened anyway, was either sold or stolen or whatever, but it was given, or somehow the Israeli government got it, or we gave it to them in a deal. So the Israeli government is so intertwined with our intelligence, it's almost like, well, who's really running the country when a foreign government has access to personal data collected by us? Like who's really in charge? And so if now the information can be redirected directly on Americans through FISA, and so if the government can just listen in and do whatever they want to do, at least now legally, before they could do it, and they can't admit it. But now if it's in the FISA, then they can just admit it. Yeah, we're listening to your conversations in your house. And if you say anything that someone here perceives as anti-Semitic, now you're a criminal. Now all of a sudden it's a hate crime. I mean, that's what he literally was tying together on that show. This is why it's astounding. He's even, I mean, it's like we're at a turning point, and I said that for a reason. So if you don't mind, Ernie, just give me like 2 minutes. This is Tucker just talking about the definition of anti-Semitism. I think it's worth listening.
Before you do that, I want to, let's know what the definition of anti-Semitism is. I did a deep dive on this, 20 years ago, and a show back in 04, 05, around there. And it was a thing, and there was a lot of stuff that came up, and they were going, I'm going, being called an anti-Semite, I just want to know, what the hell are you, that was fighting words if I knew what the hell they meant, And a Semite is an area, it's a people, it's a race, it's a geographic location in the Middle East, it's, near Israel, whatever. So when they were saying anti-Semitic, they were saying anti this particular freaking tribe or something. So I'm going, well, how does that be? Well, a lot of those people were Arab, or Muslim or not Israeli. So I'm going, how is it that they use that word? What is that? Why would they even do that? What does it really mean? It means whatever the hell they said it meant. That's what it meant. So as I went through it immediately, within, an hour of one show with someone doing, I'm going, so they just made it up. It's all bullshit. They give it whatever definition, but the result of being called anti-Semitic means that label follows you through everything. Economic, social, advertisers, friends, where it's supposed to have this great political impact. That's where the Arizona Breakfast Club, because it used to have every politician had to go lay, their self on the podium at the Arizona Breakfast Club and, vote for me. But what happened was, all of a sudden it started to shift, certainly after I took it over. And it was obviously libertarian, and there was one guy that was the treasurer that was in a militia. Because he was in a militia, they they're anti-Semitic. You don't have to go there anymore. You're not allowed to go there anymore. So I could see the impact of it. But I wanted to know what the definition meant. They don't really have one. It's you're anti-Israel, or you're against the right for Israel to exist, or to wipe it out. Some bullshit. They just make it up. If you look for the definition of anti-Semitism, it's not really clear and where it came from. I'll do the epistemology on it when we come back from your clip. But I'll pull some stuff up. But I remember doing a dive on this thing, wanting to know what the hell they were talking about, and they don't even know. It's just BS. Yeah, now, of course, they'll give a definition, but
I'll play it. But it's just what I don't understand is how many people still fall for these games, like saying, I'm against people coming here illegally, and they say you're against brown people. And people don't just say, no, I'm not against brown people, but people are breaking the law. Like, something that's pretty obvious. And they play the same game here. It's like, oh, well, you're anti-Semitic, meaning you hate all Jewish people, or anyone even likes Jewish people, which is completely not true, right? I mean, you can defend that over and over, and then you have to say the stupid, I don't even say it. Well, I've got Jewish friends. It's ridiculous.
Hey, here it defines. I just put up a Semite. A Semite is an historical used term for a member of any of various ancient and modern peoples originating in the southwestern Asia who speak or spoke a Semitic language, including Akkadians, Phoenicians, Hebrews, Jews, Arabs. The term is now largely considered obsolete or a linguistic classification rather than a racial or ethnic one. So it was just a geography thing. It was so you're anti, Georgia or Colorado or something. What the hell does that mean?
So not only is the word perception completely nebulous, but even what Semite means itself, like you're saying, is it a race? Is it a culture? Is it a genetic line? And it's everything and it's nothing, which means it's nothing but a control word.
It means nothing.
And that's
it's
why
just made up.
Yeah, and that's why they can't get after people like Dave Smith and others who are Jewish themselves. They get boxed in. Okay, you're a self-hating Jew, and they move on because that control is breaking apart. Well, anyway, here is a deep dive definition of anti-Semitism from the laws that have been passed, defining, not what Ernie or I think. This is now what's on the books in many countries, letting you know. So all of you need to know what it is, and here we go.
IHRA, International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA. You may hear this. The IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Do you know what it is? It's on their website. It's worth looking at. Spent the morning reading it. Fascinating. So here's the actual definition of anti-Semitism. And by the way, this is a now globally recognized definition enshrined in law around the world in more than 40 countries. This is the definition, and I'm quoting. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Huh? So anti-Semitism is a perception. It's a feeling. Okay. I thought you're allowed to have any feeling or perception you wanted. You could look at facts and come to any conclusion you wanted. No. Certain perceptions are inherently immoral, they're, quote, anti-Semitic, which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Oh, so you don't have to hate the Jews to be anti-Semitic? No. Well, that answers the question for those of us who don't hate Jews at all. How could you be anti-Semitic if you don't hate Jews? Well, you can be, according to the official definition of it. Continuing to quote, rhetorical meaning talking, words, speech, formerly protected no longer, rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed toward Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and or their property, toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities. Wait a second. So anti-Semitism is not necessarily hatred of Jews, and it can be expressed toward non-Jews. So you don't have to hate Jews, and you don't have to express or have these perceptions, these feelings toward Jews. You can be non-Jews too. What is this? Well, the people who wrote it at the IHRA probably anticipated this would be confusing to you. So they gave 11 examples of what anti-Semitism is, just so you know. Like, how do I know if I'm being anti-Semitic? Well, here are 11 examples. Of those 11 examples, and we did the math, 2/3 are criticism of Israel, the state of Israel, the nation, with the prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi. Criticism of Israel in 2/3 of the examples that the IHRA gave, that's anti-Semitism, including, here we go, drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis. Oh, in other words, if you think what's happening in Gaza is genocide, well, Nazis committed genocide. Now the state of Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, meaning they're trying to eliminate people on the basis of their blood. You are an anti-Semite. Oh, okay. You're an anti-Semite if you think that. It also tells us that the suggestion that Jews killed Jesus is, quote, classic anti-Semitism. Classic anti-Semitism. So there goes the New Testament. The whole New Testament is anti-Semitic too. Read the Gospels and see if they fall under that definition. They do. Why does this matter? Well, because about 40 U.S. states and the District of Columbia and our biggest cities, Miami, Los Angeles, have adopted this. This is their standard that they voted on and adopted. It's in the law. This standard, the one that tells you that criticism of the secular state of Israel or portions of the New Testament are, quote, anti-Semitism. The government of almost 40 states in the United States, I think 39 states, 40 countries around the world, but not just countries, NGOs, sports teams, the British Soccer League, Chelsea United, all of them have adopted this standard. Now, why would a sports team adopt this standard? Well, who knows why?
So anyway, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I encourage you. It's like a whole hour monologue of this, and it's epic. But it's not just about Tucker. We're seeing the turning point of this discussion. It's coming down to this issue of religion, culture, whatever, about who runs our government. And it has a religious overtone that honestly, I keep seeing more and more. We had Andrew, a guest on the show, talking about it as well. I mean, it's for those of us that are not steeped in this, you're kind of wondering, we see this as political, but I'm also seeing this as deeply at a religious core of ethics and how we see the world, how we treat our enemies, how we treat our what our goals should be. So it's I didn't see that one coming, Ernie. That wasn't on my bingo card. I may ask you, because I assume the audience knows I'm not talking out of school, but you come from a LDS Mormon background, I believe. So you at least were brought up.
My mom's side of the family and one of my sisters.
So have you seen this as much as I'm admitting? I'm a bit more surprised at the religious angle to this. Do you see this as well as religious?
See what? Be specific about your question.
Yeah, kind of like if the deep state is in part, some would say all, controlled by Israel. I'm not saying all of it, but if there is this overtone, this fact of Israelism that Tucker Carlson's bringing up, the religious war even amongst Christians between the pro-Zionists like Mike Huckabee versus, I guess, the majority of Christians that are not. So you have the Christians' war within themselves apparently happening now over Zionism, and then you have the Israeli government who sees their version of religion is different from a like I said, Old Testament perspective than a New Testament. And normally none of this, I would think, has anything to do with the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the rule of law for whatever it's followed. But yet it seems that our foreign policy, a lot of this, it's not just about oil. It's coming down to, like, blood feuds and kind of ideology from a religious perspective, not from a liberal, conservative, libertarian. It seems to have a religious overtone. I mean, that's what I'm starting to see a lot more than I ever did before. Do you think I'm wrong? Am I overstating it? Or have you seen that yourself?
Well, I'm not sure. The real question you're asking is, am I seeing a Christian abandonment of the lockstep support of Israel? I mean, is that your question?
Well, it's more like is the larger debate that or breakdown in the international war and what's going on with the White House and Trump going to the Wailing Wall with the yarmulke, but then he's mocking Jesus. That what does that say? Is it a religious coup? Is that what this is? Is it? I mean, that's kind of what almost Tucker is even implying that.
I don't know if
it's not on political grounds. It's on religious grounds of what some of this control is over. That's what I'm starting to feel.
I don't see it that way. Let me see if I can express and clarify. Ron Paul just came out. He wrote an article in the last few days saying we've been couped. We've been taken over. There's been a successful coup. The United States federal government, and it's done. By what? The bankers, Israel, America and her interests, which includes Israel, international, they, them, those of, I mean, what have we been taken over by? I see the Israeli Zionist effort as a vehicle. It is not, in my opinion, by the people that are actually doing it, think they're going to go to hell, the wrath of God, if they don't do this thing, and it's kind of a religious right of we have to because, we're Jews or something. I see that used as an excuse, as a vehicle, as a funded mechanism. It's an excuse to get gazillions of dollars out of the U.S. taxpayers to fund our own enslavement by a foreign entity. Because a lot of people don't know, this kind of surprised me. Worldwide, what do you think the Jewish population is?
Oh yeah, it's like 1% or something like that.
Oh no, it's a fraction. It's like I can look it up. I think it's like 15 million people. 15 million. Half of them are in the United States.
And most of them are and by the way, most of them are in New York. Yeah.
Probably. Yeah, and the other half is in Israel, and there's no other country that has more than 10, 20, 30,000 or something like that. I mean, they're kind of spread out around, and they make a big deal how they're all over the place or their diasporas, everywhere. But the United States has half of the Jews. The other half generally is in Israel. So they are so overrepresented in influence, certainly by population. So that surprised me. I just learned that recently. I was like, holy crap. And so when you say, is there an opposition to, I mean, they really were insignificant. I mean, there wasn't that many there, but they are a lot of trouble. And they're causing all these problems. And we're going to war in the Middle East all the time for them. Our relationship with the Arab states is based around them and how they treat the Palestinians and take over the land of this and that. Because there was a book called The Source by Michener, James Michener, that wrote Hawaii and and South Pacific and The Covenant, and there's a bunch of great books by him, historical fiction around the world, and you learn a lot. And he wrote this one book called The Source, and it was all about from a little spring in a town called Maycor of caveman Ugg and his wife started whatever back in the day, and it goes all the way up to like the Yom Kippur War, I think, which is the one that was in the late 60s. And you read this thing and you go through their history about the Crusades and all the Moor battles and all the rise of Islam. And it was very interesting. And in this book, I had a bunch of highlights. And I marked a pen, I had highlighters, just these great quotes and ideas and so on. And it was very interesting to me that there was such a small number, but they increased their numbers by marrying it, with the Holy Bible, King James Bible, with the New Testament. That without the Old Testament, and that is the Old Testament, the books of Moses, so on, called the Torah or the Talmud. There's one of them in the Torah, I think, is the original old books. And then I think it's the Talmud that is a rabbi's explanation of the Torah. So you have the actual Word of God, then you got the 15 gazillion rabbis over the whatever that's added to, and this is what you're supposed to think about it. Well, they did that. It was called Christian Zionism in the late 1800s, and I'm sure this has been going on forever. And the Zionists, they wanted to create a state of Israel, so they created this Christian Zionism tied to you can't have one without the other thing that went into the seminaries. So when you had training preachers and ministers and priests, they were reading from this Schofield, I think it was, Schofield Bible that had all this, Talmudic, rabbi explanations of everything, and the footnotes were probably as big or bigger than the freaking Bible. So this was an intentional marrying of Christianity, certainly in America, and the Zionist effort to get a homeland for Israel. This started way before World War II and all that was going on there. Well, right when they did this, what did they have? Wilson they wanted them to do the League of Nations. Well, world government's kind of been their thing, and they'll be in charge of it. Why? Because they control the money. They are the bankers. They are the, this family, that family, they, them, those. So it has been a continuous, long campaign, generationally, that these people do this kind of thing. These people being banks, the they, them, those won't leave us alone. We rule the planet because you're letting us. Whoever they are, and it winds up being, mostly or all or some Jews, whatever, don't care. That's not the point. If it wasn't them, it'd be, freaking communist Chinese or something, whatever. There's always somebody to fill the void of we rule you. So this is a continuation throughout history to build up to now, and the only thing that has changed is the internet. That people can do research, that you have documentaries, that you can touchstone a little, and once they get discovered, you go, whoa, wow, man, I could have had a V8. This is, all right. So what do? George Orwell comes out in 1948. That was right after World War II, the birth of Israel, all this stuff is going on, this kind of controls that you're talking about, what controls you, that what you're not allowed to criticize, that kind of thing. And the reason it was 1984, the book was 1984, Big Brother, is because he wanted it in the future, and he just transposed the numbers 48 and 84. That's why he picked 84. So when you look at or read that book or even watch the movie, and in the book it's a little bit more nuanced and so on, and in the psychology and in their head, it was so clear what was going to happen in Orwell's mind based on some fundamental, who you're not allowed to criticize kind of stuff. So It was Big Brother, the state, control, and everything. So when you say, have you noticed there being an opposition growing in this country? Yes, my entire life. But it started way before that, building it up, and then it became a battle. Well, they put the Schofield Bible in the seminaries. They get the pulpit, they get the churches. This is like Chuck Baldwin you have on Freeman's Phoenix all the time. He was part of that during the 80s, abandoned it, could see what was going on. Hell no, and writes about it, and we publish it. Know him well. Have him on. Donna, get Chuck Baldwin on. It's time to talk to him. What? Oh, he's going to be on in early May. Yeah, I remember asking her to do it before. So you have that. Then you get into Project Mockingbird, the Liberty years in the 60s, banking, oil. I mean, it goes on and on and on. And then the internet starts. What do? Well, they just double down on their broadcast, Mockingbird, Media, ABC, NBC, CBS, PBS, HBO kind of thing, CNN. That starts to go away. So then they buy them up. I don't know why. Nobody's watching them anymore. You're getting them on the cheap. I mean, we just gave you a bunch of money, you just slinging around for that. So then they go to TikTok. Then they start going after innocuous, itty-bitty little, YouTubers and people out there, and if they get any kind of hide in it, freaking God, shut up Candace Owen and kill Charlie Kirk. I mean, when you got the influence against you, what do? What they always do. Shut you the fuck up. Either with a law, no advertisers, or a bullet. This is being documented and recorded now on the internet, and why we focus so much on IPFS. When we launched Libertas.Earth, that James and I were talking about last night, Corbett, it's going well, and we're doing okay on that. But the reason we did it the way we did it is because we know they're going to target it. How are they going to? I have no idea. It's going to have to be creative. They're going to have to it get some legs, and here they come. But that's why we did it this way. So I see all kinds of opposition. They're just effective at shutting it down until now. I don't think they're going to be able to do it this time. And when you get someone like Tucker Carlson coming up being logic and reasonable and kind of, as opposed to the Alex Jones. And I want to play this real quick because I haven't watched it. I just remember when I watched it live. Here's a segment. Somebody did a YouTube short or whatever. But let's do this real quick because I'm sure it's not very long. All right. Here we go. Click. Oh, okay, I got to... Here, let me pause it. I got to put the sound up. All right, here we go.
Breaking. Alex Jones dares President Trump to say one more thing, and he will show Trump how the cow ate the cabbage.
Yeah, what does that mean?
I'm just going to scorch earth Trump to get him back on track. Only way to do it is to go after him viciously. You've already shed all over me. And if you...
Breaking. Alex Jones dares President Trump how the cow ate...
I'm just going to scorch earth Trump to get him back on track. Only way to do it is to go after him viciously. You've already shed all over me. And if you try to rub it in, I just, at that point, I don't care anymore. So if you think I've been coming after you, if you think that I'm trying to get clicks by attacking you so the Democrats that don't buy anything from me and don't like me want to put me in jail, if you think I've been on your ass, say one more thing. One more thing out of your mouth. And Laura Loomer, send him this, okay? One more thing. When I've gone through hell back in your ass because you were the lesser of two evils, then I'm going to show you how the cow ate the cabbage. Do one more thing. You should be kissing my ass. But instead, you shed all over me and rub it in. I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
What say you, Americanos? You think Alex Jones is drinking the cheap wine again?
Ernie,
Please don't forget to comment.
I see a new T-shirt. Make the cow eat the cabbage. I just love that one.
You know, I think he announced that he does have something, in his store, and if he doesn't, he will. But and this Laura Loomer thing is a thing too.
Oh, yes.
She has a lot of info. I had no idea she had so much influence. And she goes, I watch all this, and I send the clips, and he watches them. I watch, like a religion. I watch Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and everybody, and send it to them, and I go hate them and excommunicate them from MAGA. They're doing it wrong. I'm Laura Loomer. And I'm going, who the shit is Laura Loomer? Why is she so influential? I don't give a shit about what Laura, who is she? Why? Why is she so, influential? Who is she?
Well, let's just say, I don't know this myself. Word on the street is she's an operative for Israel. I don't know.
No.
This is just what word on the street is.
You get her 7,000.
Yeah. I'm not trying to be cute with this, but you know how like some guys, or people, but let's just say some guys, they will have, well, just like I guess a lot of us without cheating on wives, but like they'll have different people in their life for different reasons. And kind of like in Trump's case, I think Melania is like the arm candy. She's the show off vehicle. Like just here's Melania. Remember that picture with her on the piano, half naked, and that was this right. We did on Phranq when he ran for office. I'm like, this is gonna be the next first lady, and she's like a supermodel on the piano with her boobs hanging out and all. Nice picture. But so she's the arm candy. She's very intelligent. I'm not taking anything away from her. And we never even talked about the Melania talk last week. I mean, it's already yesterday's newspaper. But so you have her. I don't think she's the one. Assuming that they even have much of a relationship anymore. I've heard rumors on that because they already sleep in different bedrooms. Heck, they talked about that on the damn documentary that we saw together with Donna. So she's like her one role. But Laura Loomer is sort of like his. I hate to say the Jiminy Cricket, but she's sort of like the angry, not angry, but like she's the woman who's going to say, Donald, you're awesome, you're strong, you're virulent. Everything that Tucker is taking away. She is the person. She's younger, but it's not about sex and anything with her. It's that he gets the reinforcement, the adrenaline, the cortisol boost from talking to her because he needs someone that he can quote trust, who's definitely on his side. Now, of course, he probably, whether he knows it or he's being fooled and conned, that she's definitely on quote his side, but she's got her own motivations. And it's almost like, I'm glad you brought her up. It's almost like she is the main tool that maybe, whoever she's working with, unless she's all by herself, but how did this person who just had mild ratings in her own podcast a few years ago, she did a guest spot on Tim Pool's show, bringing him up again. I hate to say it. She was just, before Trump was in office. And, she was definitely a Trump sycophant about it. She would use a lot of profanity. She's very, very rough around the edges and holds nothing back, very opinionated, very, not very forward thinking, but it's like, here now, we got to get this done, and those guys are a-holes, and don't take that crap from those people. It's like Trumpese, almost like the guttural guy talk. She's basically like a guy, but in a woman's body who's talking to him as the woman that he needs. Like they often say, behind every man is a successful man is a more successful woman or influential woman. The queen. That's why the queen in chess is much more powerful than the king, right? And so in many ways, Laura Loomer is that person, whereas Melania is certainly not. And that's her role. Now, whether she has direct influence with Israel or not, it's hard to believe that they haven't at least hung out and talked a bit. Heck, they're there in the Situation Room. But she also does her podcast, or at least has an office, from what I understand, and at the White House. I mean, she has like her own little office there as public relations or whatever that she does. So, when you talked about, and I know that the pro-Israel crowd is going to say everything here is anti-Semitic because everything's a trope. But, when you just went off the numbers, how many people in the world are of Jewish background? And then you sit and you're looking at how many people of that background are around Donald Trump. I mean,
Right.
doing the
Let me give kind of
with
a
JD Vance, right? JD's the vice president, but he was even though the Iranians wanted to speak to JD, he could not go by himself. Look who he was forced to go along with. But go ahead, do the count, Ernie. Go.
Do the count what?
Well, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to talk about how many people around him that were more Zionist backgrounds. But if not, that's fine. But I'm just saying that it's just fascinating. And well, I'm just going to be clarified before I'm taken out of context from anybody. It's like you just have to talk about what's in front of us. I mean, whatever is underlying it, if there is anything, who knows? But certainly certain appearances, and you certainly have to be able to discuss it. But that's Laura Loomer's role, apparently.
Okay, this is what I wanted to do. I whizzing through with the audience here, Laura Loomer wiki, which I'm not a big giant gospel of wiki, but she's from Tucson, and she's Jewish, shocking, and she's worked with several activist organizations, including Project Veritas, the Geller Report, Rebel News, and InfoWars. She described herself as being pro-white nationalist, a proud Islamophobe. Yeah, she definitely goes on about Muslims, and then but she gained a lot of notoriety because she got banned from everywhere. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, payment processors, vehicles for hire, food delivery apps. So, I mean, well, you got to really reach for the fences to do that. But then she ran for office in Florida as a congressional primary. I don't think she won. During the second presidency of Donald Trump, Loomer emerged as an influential actor, using her social media platform to call for the firing of officials she deems insufficiently loyal to Trump. In early April 25, reports emerged that Loomer influenced President Trump to dismiss more than half a dozen national security officials due to her suspicions of their disloyalty to him, and advocated for additional firings. Laura Elizabeth Loomer was born in Tucson, troubled childhood, mentally challenged brother, yada, 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 yada. Now, she had done, one of the things that gave her notoriety is at Barry University, she goes up and wanted to start a club called Sympathetic Students in Support of the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. Well, the school apparently asked that she change the club name to Students in Support of the Middle East or whatever. So James O'Keefe kind of gave her an up at Project Veritas. She isn't a good example of what I'm talking about. You get in there, you kind of get this notoriety, you get some income, you take your 7,000 Israel money, and you're done. So whatever it was that she found her niche. So this is, what you always, see is that there's a lot of people that are willing to sell their soul for whatever the hell you're offering. She's definitely one of those people, and for Israel. So I didn't know. I go, Lord, what the hell is she? Because I don't care. Well, I know now. It's an Israel thing. We are inundated at even the local, here and there, before I even got an inkling of doing anything national. The only reason I got drug in the nationals because the Libertarian National Party in the late 90s targeted us for being more successful and notoriety than them. And it was it wasn't just Libertarian, it was Arizona Libertarian. And now I understand why. The reason is because the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, this kind of the activism that we were doing and the newspapers that we were doing, the initiatives we were filing, the attention we were getting, was in counter to the narrative that the Kochtopus, the Koch brothers, and they, them, those that use the Libertarian Party to create a kingmaker races, Republican, Democrat, whatever, that they could use to control politicians. That the Libertarian Party became a mechanism for that. And I'm going, and it became obvious to me. I mean, I will say it all day long, bring it, But the That's why Dave Smith, it was a breath of fresh air. He came in outside of that stuff. But he knows, I mean, you know. But so during those times, you could see that there was a use of media for all of this, and then when they could get direct media just not punishing you, you can't be on the radio if you say this, you can't that, we're going to, you know, label you as whatever and so on. But now with the internet, they had to do the same thing, but a lot of times the audience, the people, didn't give a shit what Israel said or how they are labeled or what ABC does or how much. The more they do that, the better. So now we're in a different time. And I'm watching it play out. And I've seen this kind of desperation before. I've seen this kind of all in, we will crush you before. And it was Benjamin Netanyahu the last time. He's been around since the 90s or something. I mean, forever. It worked once before. COVID lockdown, we'll do it again. We got all kinds of new diseases, you know, and stuff. So I think now is a different time. And that's why I'm so dismayed by the liberty community that has built up this credibility. The future is about credibility. Who do you believe? And they're selling out. They're being threatened. They're being discouraged. They're being something. There's a lot of good guys, you know, but the ones that got the most prominent, they really go after. And if they couldn't get Charlie Kirk to shift or turn or whatever, they kill him. I'll come out and say it. That's my opinion. He was not towing Israel line, coming out again. I could not have that, you know, and he's gone. Well, this is so of course then you get Candace and everybody going on in that. Alex Jones, he would apologize all the hell and be, you know, Trump, he's better than Trump, until they pissed him off, and he's going, one more thing. Say it! I dare you.
So I want to talk about Laura Loomer again for a second. One of the things that she's doing is she is the ultimate bubble filter for Trump. Because, you know, look, as busy as he's where he finds the time to do these tweets, you know, that are like, you know, 10 pages long to destroy all of his relationships. That's another story. But
he's got to ride in a car somewhere.
Look, he definitely is. If nothing else, he's busy. He famously doesn't get much sleep, like many very successful CEOs and people don't. That's another interesting medical story about certain successful people. But he only has limited time. He doesn't have time to watch an hour and a half or 2 hour Tucker show and then an hour Megyn to find out what she's saying. Like he doesn't have time. But yet, how is he responding? He's responding because he's put, I don't know if it's a direct charge or she's taking the role, but Laura Loomer is the one who's going out there listening to all of the feedback of the traditional MAGA and everyone who's getting angry, and she's listening to the podcast, and she's purposely trying to find the most incendiary part that will piss off Trump. And she just clips that part of the show, and then she sends it to Trump. And here's Alex Jones dissing you, and here's Tucker Carlson dissing you, and here's all these people. But, of course, it's out of context, and it's the most, you know, she knows what will rile Trump up, and she does it on purpose. And so then when this last...
You think she's getting help?
Well, you know, I'll let you think about that one. But I want you to hear this for a second. This is... People were starting when Trump's tweet came out the other day, when he's, you know, blasting Megyn and everybody, right, and things that Tucker has been saying. People were guessing that it must be Laura Loomer. People who are kind of close. It's like he has two women in his ear. He's got Laura Loomer and Susan Wiles. And
well, you just heard Alex say, "Yeah, Laura, go ahead and tell him."
Yeah.
Make sure you tell him.
No, exactly. And the reason he's saying that is this clip that went viral, because after people were accusing Laura Loomer of being the one doing clips like this or whatever, or about
She's
Tucker.
Probably proud of it.
She is. She put out her own podcast, and she went off. Now, this is just a couple seconds where she just comes out and says it. This went viral too, and I know you haven't heard it. So here, just a couple seconds. Here she is. Just get ready for an F-bomb here, guys.
But the president has had enough of Tucker shit. Yeah, I'm just going to admit it. I sent the president Tucker Carlson's clip so he can see the shit that he says about him. And I want that motherfucker, Tucker Carlson, to know that I'm the one who knifed him from the front.
This is for real.
So she's like, I didn't knife him from the back. And she says later on, I did it from the front. I want you all to know. I mean, this is who she is. This is who's giving President Trump his view of what's going on with his ex-base.
From a Israeli Jewish perspective.
Yep.
That is paid for by, supported by, she gets her money from, and I guarantee it. How much money do you think? It's billions and billions and billions of dollars. How much of that you think comes back buying congressmen? They wouldn't do that. That'd be wrong. This Israel thing is done. It's just, it's dead man walking. And I don't know, I don't think people are going to go and embrace a Muslim, now maybe they will. And the thing that you have about the Islamic Republican Army and all that, it's not Iran Army. It's the Islamic Republic Army. So they're representing all Islam, even though they speak Farsi, not Arabic. So I don't know where the hell that goes. But it is definitely a direct counter to what Israel has been doing. Because the Muslims got a history of commerce and Silk Road and, trading and merchants and whatever as much as Israel does. So it's they've been in competition commercially since, freaking thousands of years. So the Persian Empire I was just watching a few days ago. There's a 3-4 part series. I went like 2/3 of the way through the first one. I may finish it later. It was just a British journalist that she got permission to go cover the inside of Iran because, I don't know, she looked Arabic and was from Iran or her family, whatever. So she goes in, and it was history. Where did the Persian Empire come from? What was the original Persian borders and culture, and how did they get this, and the wars of that, and yada, 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 yada. And the history of what makes you Iranian, there is a book. It's kind of like, Confucius or Buddha says or the Bible or whatever. There is some book that goes back thousands of years of the culture of Persia and to be Iranian. If you don't read, understand, and know that book, you cannot understand their culture, because that is their culture in that book. It's a philosophy. It's like, the founders say this about that, quotes of Thomas Jefferson, that kind of crap. So this is what she started off with, is that you want to know what drives them. It's this, I don't know if it's a religion more than it's a cultural edicts from and how to live and not be a dick, So this is, nobody understands that. Nobody wants to look. Nobody wants to, they just, nope, can't criticize Israel and Jews forever and give us your money. As we have $40 trillion in debt, 20-something trillion during the TARP years, it just went out of the country to the banks and country, what the shit? 20 trillion, I think I did math on here, it was 4 million houses could be built with that. And that was during, the TARP. Everybody having probably, here's a free house. You're welcome. And we're done. Nope. We got to give it to some foreign. So this is all being added up, totaled up. We have a debt on our children and grandchildren never going to be paid. And who do you blame? What do you blame? And do you think that AI is not going to be directed, controlled, and have a heavy influence from Israel? So this is, there's so many reasons to see why this is shifting. Right now we have 70% of U.S. farmers say they will not be able to purchase the fertilizer they need for spring planting, which is coming up now. Not later, now. So then you got Iran, escalates, Ireland revolts. This is the one thing. Ireland, they're in the streets right now. They got this existential, extinction level threat of, all redhead, freckled, pale skinned Irish, babes in Ireland, and there's all the Muslims. And they're getting all of the money, and they're getting all of the support and all of the, the food and the housing. And they're like, what the hell? Led by, they're getting a lot of attention is Ewan McGregor, the UFC fighter. And is that his? Conor McGregor or something. Yeah, Conor, but whatever his name is. So he's really, and they did not want, he was willing to run for office or prime minister or whatever it was, and they did everything they could. Hell no, because they knew he'd win. But he's not stopping. I don't know if he's going to be on the ballot or not or whatever. But then you got in Alberta, they got people in the streets. They got enough signatures to put on the ballot this fall whether Alberta secedes from Canada. This is stuff that's going on all over the world. You got stuff in Korea. You got Australia. They only have 2 refineries, and one of them's burning down right now. They are not going to have diesel. They're done. The farmers can't plant. They can't fuel their vehicles. It's now out here. It's like $6 a gallon. I was paying $2.80, $3.10, something like that. Just a little while ago when this all started. Donna went out, and we have a little tank to fill a big tank, and then keep that tank. And we got almost like over 200 gallons of diesel. Well, we're running out. Am I going to have to replenish 200 gallons at $6 a gallon? Sooner or later. I'm hoping for, fuel going down. Who's making the money? The U.S. oil companies had, since this straight thing started, they're making $30 million a day. $30 million a day. So I'm going, no, wait a minute. U.S. big oil earning $30 million per hour from Iran war. $30 million an hour more. So this is not isolated. It is worldwide, and it is determining whether a lot of these countries are going back to coal. They're going back to nuclear. They're opening. We need our natural gas from Russia. We're willing to undo this war and, kick Zelensky in the face and saying you're done. But while they're paying Zelensky to give him drones to go up against Iran, I mean, this is why, it's not like I don't know, I get it. You got Tulsi Gabbard is sending criminal referrals for the 2019 Trump impeachment, a whistleblower that, they were BSing their way into getting a conviction of whatever. Anyway, she's going to out that, so we'll see if they keep Tulsi around or what. She wants to stay around. I don't know why. You got Joe Kent out there, screaming about what's going on. So this is why I don't care. It doesn't matter. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen in spite of all of this stuff, and it all comes down to one thing: general public opinion. That's it. That's why I keep saying that. But in the meantime, there is going to be a lot of suffering of a lot of people. And if they have to get another pandemic, they have to get another virus going, they have to get another computer virus going, they have to attack, the power system, they got to attack the supply chain and the fuel and the whatever. What do? Bitch really hard? Well, Donna and I, we understand this. This is why we're working on the food production thing when I should be over there building the house. I'm going, we got a point that we could stop on the house. So I'm root cellaring. We got, video coming out this week to see all the stuff that we've done over the last week. I mean, we're rock and rolling and whatnot. But I'm telling you, it's all with the focus that here it comes. What comes? Being deprived. not being able to buy, not being able to get shipped, the supply chain, the different things. We get a lot of stuff from around the country, from China, from whatever, hell, everything's from China. I mean, but we're getting in also into desktop manufacturing. Bob just got a CNC laser. He has a CNC mill. We both got 3D printers. We got workshops. I got power. I mean, sooner or later we're going to have to be self-sustaining, because I think it's going to get that bad, and we are far enough away that hopefully I won't get too many letters from the government. I got a letter from the Department of the Army telling me my land, 50 years ago used to be a range of something, whatever. I mean, they'll yank something out of their ass to try and tell me what to do. But I'm just really, man, this is the hill. This is the hill. Bring it. I'm at that age now. This is more than just me. This is about my family and my grandkids. I'm not leaving this battle for supported their rights to own property and make use of it to the next generation. And I knew this was going to be a thing, and these issues that I've been going on about, for years, has really starting to rise up to be important issues in local campaigns. The idea of, permits. Who wrote that? Why is that? How come Adobe is not a thing? Because they wrote it out of the regulations for housing, because they made it to where the banks would not finance or loan, if you didn't build this way according to these engineers that came from the lumber industry and the whatever that wrote it and passed it, and the county, and we're done and we have no competition. Even though this is much better, much cheaper, more insulative, less energy, anybody can do it, that's all the more reason you can't. These battles got to be fought, and they distract us with whether they're going to have a pride flag that some statue in New York on federal property. What the shit? So this is why I don't care, and it doesn't matter. Because what does matter is going to rise up, and it's becoming more and more clear what the real battle is when you have people like Tucker and Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Candace and whatever that don't care. They go, no, we're having this. All right, bring it. Arrest me, whatever. Let's do it. Let's see what's up. So that's what I think is the future in this country, is that the philosophical battle between the proper role of government and not is going to be discussed with a perfect neon flashing example of politicians like Trump that think they can do whatever the hell they want. It's the same as liberty, same as John Adams, PBS, Ken Burns, whatever. And then you got Matt Walsh going on and Ken Burns of, propaganda using PBS of whatever, and there's that. But I'm thinking the battle is happening now, and we're watching it.
All right. Well,
one other thing I wanted to do. J.D. Vance has changed his name 3 times. I didn't know that. I'm like, why? Changed his middle name, then he went by J.D., or something. He had a different last name, and now after when he got married, it's J.D. Vance. That is his name. And it was like James David or John David or something. I'm like, why would he do that? I mean, he had a troubled child. They went on about how hillbilly poor he was, and he went, not really. He was guy, so it's just, you can't believe a damn thing. Whatever.
So I want to just get back to, we were talking, just finish up the show on state of the world, as wonderful as it is, about the economy. At least kind of throw that in. I want to talk about gold and the International Trust for America. And then at the very end, as we do our sign off, I have a very fascinating, just little cultural note. I think you'll love, Ernie, at the very end. But we'll sign off on. But as far as
I got a cultural note. Disney World revives ladies and gentlemen greeting after years of gender-neutral messages.
Did they? Well, here we go. Trump is right. We're winning. I'm winning. There's a win. All right, so first, as far as gold, we haven't talked about this for a while. I have to say, I kind of phase back and forth when the politics gets a little overwhelming as it is, and we're seeing this political, cultural shift in the war. But as we're starting to see this go the way it is, as much as we can, getting back into the, what the economy is doing or not doing. They're obviously intertwined, but man, oh man. So first off, we all know, I assume we know in this audience, that most countries now are purchasing more gold every day. They've been doing this. Like we wound up reporting this for America, for God's sake, the month, actually November of 2024, when Trump won. But before he took over office, which still is a mystery, that was the month when suddenly the Federal Reserve, or whatever, the bank, I guess the central bank, was buying up more gold quietly than we ever had since 1940 something, right? I mean, all those years put together, and we bought more gold in November than we ever did before. And ever since then, we've been buying more gold. December, January, February. I forget if each month is topping the last, but they're in that area. At the same time, China has been buying more gold ever for the last 17 months straight. In fact, with China, the highest amount of gold they've ever bought ever was just last month in March 2026. So it's like the race is on with this. Not to mention gold has the nice pullback, which I'm sure they're manipulating anyway. They took advantage. Brazil, they just doubled their gold just in 2025 alone. And France, and I'm sure it's somewhere on Freedom's Phoenix, I gather, just repatriated all of their gold that was still in America back to France.
It's kind of your gold. You can't have it for 7 years or something. I mean,
it was something like 14 small transfers over the last year or 2 years. So they've been doing this in so-called small amounts, not to trigger any any gold price changes or I guess runs to the gold store. So, but anyway, they finally got their last shipment out, and now it's gone public. I guess now we can talk about it. But all together, now the only country that hasn't been buying gold of late, and this is what the what do you call it, the Keynesian school, I guess, would be, is Turkey. The country of Turkey sold their gold. So many of the
that's what I was going to bring up. They sold
they're like selling their gold, and people are like, oh, you see, all you gold bugs, you're full of it. But Turkey's inflation's gone through the roof. They have some major problems, and at least apparently word on the street is they had to sell it in order for their own economy. But all these countries together,
at least they had gold to sell.
That's the point of it. And so all of these countries and many more, I'm not mentioning them all, have been buying gold, and more are jumping online, realizing as they see the gold rush of other countries buying it, even countries that thought, well, what's this about? It's like during the Great Depression. You start to see a couple people start walking down and then running down the street, and you're wondering where they're going. And then more people are running down the street, and like, where are they all going? They're all going to the bank. Why are they all going to the bank?
War of the World ships.
And then you start, you're starting to see this for gold. In fact, a benchmark was just hit this week, or maybe it was last week, but just recently, is that Bloomberg just reported, Bloomberg News, the news we can count on, that the gold reserves around central banks around the world now officially exceeds the reserves in U.S. dollars. So that tipping point was just hit, and quietly, and we in this audience understand the significance of that and what's predicting going going further. With that said, I want to play. This is just like another minute.
I just want to let people know how much Turkey sold. It's from anywhere at least 58 to 118 tons.
Wow. So
and then Hungary, they're what was the story I had here? Hungary, what they did is they got Turkish gold reserves in largest drop, and then Hungary has a whole bunch of Ukrainian gold. So Hungary to hold on to seized Ukrainian gold. Cash shipment worth $82 gazillion or whatever. It's just, gold is becoming a thing again. It's used in commerce. It's for sovereign states to be able, like you're saying, to be able to payoff or something. I have no idea, but that's not what Russia and certainly China's doing. They're buy.
So this is a clip from the Miles Franklin Media, which I do subscribe to their channel. And of course, the big reason is Michelle McCory, the hottest babe in finance. I will say that. My wife's not home, so I won't get in trouble. She goes, "What are you watching?" I'm like, "It's the Financial Channel." But no, Michelle, she's extremely intelligent. Many of you probably know if you watch the Franklin Miles. She used to be on the Kitco News. She was like the head for Kitco News. And, she's very easy on the eyes, but I have to say, she's extremely intelligent. It turns out she's from South Africa. That's where her accent comes from, those who watch the show. And her parents, her dad, owned, or at least co-owner of a huge gold mine or a mineral mine in South Africa. So she was brought up as a little girl hanging out with her dad with all the tractors and hanging out with all the. So it's kind of like that TV show Gold Rush with that kid Schmedley, who grew up with his grandfather on the gold farm. I'm sorry, the gold mining out there in Alaska. That's kind of neat. It's kind of seeing that experience now being brought into the financial sector. She brings a lot of experience, which is I actually enjoyed hearing her talk. But anyway, she is doing a breakdown of I was telling Ernie off the air, it was the G7 nations and the BRICS nations had a unified kind of closed-door meeting recently of security experts and national security experts and all these people. I don't want to rehash the whole thing, but they did a poll of how much they all trust America. They wanted to know, not just to diss America, but I guess to get maybe that too, but to get a sense of, maybe a finger in the air to see when we dump the dollar for the IMF. I think that ultimately where this is going. So here she is commenting on it, and it reinforces why everyone's grabbing gold or taking gold away from America. Just like a minute. Here we go.
The Munich security meeting, the security conference there, asked the public in G7 and BRICS nations whether trust in the U.S. has gone up or down. And no surprise, it was down across the board. Now, this is a closed-door, high-level forum held every year in Munich where heads of state, defense ministers, intelligence chiefs, central bankers, top CEOs, and geopolitical strategists all meet to discuss the biggest security risks facing the world. So this is where power players compare notes on war, alliances, economic conflicts, systemic risk. And they had this report that came out that the world is entering deeper fragmentation. No big surprise there. And that trust in the United States is declining. This was the consensus view among policymakers. Canada showing the steepest drop at negative 52%. No wonder when...
Aren't they the 51st?
Yeah, I was going to say. So this is the percentage change in perception. United Kingdom, minus 13. It's minus 16. India is 10, as I say. South Africa, minus 21. China, interestingly, only had a 9% change downwards. I guess maybe they didn't trust the United States that much in the first place, so the change wasn't that dramatic. But we're seeing people who run the system losing confidence in the system.
Yeah,
So anyway, I just wanted to point that out. It's interesting. Japan on there. I'm sure you can talk to your other co-host on that one. So I'm curious what the ground level is about trust in America or the vibe. When I lived in Japan, people loved Americans. They were always coming up to me, "Are you American?" And they'd 50 questions. And I'm wondering how much that's changed in Japan. Also in Italy, the fact that Italy it's gone down. Now, this poll was probably taken before Donald Trump dissed the Pope in the Vatican. It happens to be right there in Italy, right? Most Catholics in the world are right there in Italy.
Catholics are 1-point-something billion people on this planet.
And that number was before that. Trump is just burning every bridge of credibility, kidnapping Venezuela president, threatening to take Greenland, making Canada the 51st state. He's already now talking about, Cuba again this morning. Of course, the whole Iranian war, who controls Trump, that whole thing. Epstein, where other countries have put people in jail over Epstein, whereas America hasn't, and Trump's going as a Democrat hoax. I mean, not to rehash everything, but just look at it from from a non-American perspective, and that doesn't even include the economy itself. The fact that we're the ones entrusted with being the good guys when it comes to the financial system, and we're printing the money. It's out in the open now. You don't have to just be a libertarian or Hayek guy in order to understand how the
24% of the U.S. population identify as Catholic.
So, I mean, the money system alone, I think a lot of us in this market or this audience, we take it for granted because we've been reading Jekyll Island for a lot of us when it first came out. Like when was it 91 or whatever it was. I mean, we've been on top of this for a long time, but we kind of at least I always keep thinking people in business school would know this. People in other countries running the economies of other countries would know this, and it wasn't until Charles Goyette talked about his book being popular in China and how the Chinese economists were reading his book and learning from our friend Charles Goyette, friend of the show, and talk show host here in Arizona, top guy, and drive home. Most of you know him. I mean,
what was interesting about that is the books in China, they don't believe in intellectual property. So if they take it and do it, you're lucky if you get anything. They actually paid them.
Wow! Wow! I didn't.
Damn, you win, man. But it was, you didn't get any residuals, but they, did some kind of deal. But that was the first translation was Chinese.
So the fact that you have the Chinese who, we're considered their enemy or competition, and you would think that if you understood how bad we are with our debt and the Federal Reserve, if you understood that from their perspective, I'm sure they have plenty of spies and, intellectuals who should understand these things, that they would topple us or at least do the long game, which the Chinese and the Russians are both very good at the long game. Americans they have no patience. Americans are now, get to it. And that's a cultural thing again. It's like the Romulans versus the Federation. It's the long game. But you would think for people who are good at the long game, they would find a way, with the economic power that they have, buying our debt. And yet they're still they were still buying our debt and allowing us to just use them as a sweatshop and making disposable products that we just threw out, and they just printed more money and the whole world bought it up. And you think, how does this racket work? Like, why would other countries do this? And Peter Schiff for years tried to explain it's like the world is on autopilot, and they're taught this in schools. Nobody questions it. So it's stuff that many in this audience have been for years waiting for some of their precious metals to go up, thinking that this is so obvious, and it's taken so long, hence my issue about it takes a longer time for the lead up than some of us who are skipped to the end, like, come on, you're waiting for everybody. But it just takes time. I don't understand myself why some things are hard to grasp, some things that are blatantly obvious. But, if you look at Jim Crow laws, the perfect example I've said for years. You'd have people back in the South who would come home from church. They'd have their Bible that says, God makes created all men equally, or, all under God's image. And they have their pocket constitution that says all men are created equal. And then they get on the bus and they say, hey, Negro, get to the back of the bus. And they think nothing of it. And you sit back and you say, how can you believe one thing and then act a different? And it's what I used to start to realize was what I coined myself, at least for myself, is cultural blindness. Is you could have something right in front of you that's bad or doesn't make sense, and you literally can't see what's in front of you. And this happens in so many societies, and this is one of them around the world about the economics. And it shows how much goodwill this nation had, and the world, how much political or goodwill capital this nation has had. And I experienced it overseas, and we can see how long the coyote is chasing the roadrunner off the Grand Canyon in midair, and he hasn't fallen yet. I mean, it's just astounding for many of us Austrian schoolers. Like, when is this going to fall? How can it just keep being in midair? It's just because of this worldwide cultural blindness and good intentions for this country that has been soured and destroyed for decades from all administrations, and Donald Trump's just putting the last nail in the coffin with it. But anyway,
they're handing them a sign that says gravity, and then there they go.
Exactly. Well, look, do you want to comment on that? Otherwise, I was going to give my last thing. It's really a little fun thing before we go. Any thoughts on that? Or
No, I'm good. Go.
Okay, so this has nothing to do about anything except kind of a cultural footnote. Have to throw that word in for Ernie. There is a movie I just learned about. It was filmed a couple years ago. It's called, it's basically a publicity stunt, but it sounds really cool. It's called 100 Years. Have you heard about that movie?
No.
It stars John Malkovich. It's got a few other actors in there, and it's directed by Robert Rodriguez, which many of you know. He did a lot of Quentin Tarantino movies, and he did that vampire movie with George Clooney, and
It's called what? 100.
It's called 100 Years, and it's the movie you will never see. It was sponsored and paid for by what is it? The cognac company, Louis VIII Cognac. So a cognac company paid for this movie, and it's a movie that they made. It's a true movie, and I'll tell you a little bit about it in a second. It's essentially a movie predicting what people today in 2025 or whenever they made 2024, what we think the future will be in 100 years. And so they filmed this whole movie. Pharrell Williams, he's kind of a famous guy in music. He did the score for this movie. There's a couple snapshots. So they put a lot of money in the effects showing what we think the future will be like. But they're making this movie and no one will see it. It will be released in 100 years. And I think they even burnt all copies except for the copy that's in a safe. And this safe is this electronic safe that is designed specially to be opened by itself. It'll open on its own in 100 years. And the safe is kept at the Louis VIII Cognac Company. And the reason the cognac company's doing this is to make a big deal to say that's how much time it takes to make good cognac. It takes 100 years to mature. So, so they made this thing. And so it's a real movie with real people that we all know in the movie business, and no one will see it. Everyone's wondering what's in the movie. And then they made 1,000 tickets. And these tickets are made of metal. I'm not sure if it's like, probably gold, covered or something, but I haven't found what it looks like yet. But they gave out 1,000 metal tickets. And they were given to people who were in the production and people outside, just friends, whatever, 1,000 tickets so that they can give to their great-grandkids to see the movie. And, of course, they made 1,000 because they figured at least half of them are going to be lost or something's going to happen to them. So they're hoping at least enough of them make it in time for this big regal, ceremony, and they're going to show the movie. So, of course,
release date, November 18th, 2115.
Yeah. Of course, the movie could just suck at the end. Who knows? But anyway, I thought that was kind of good. It's definitely a publicity stunt. I thought, hey, John Malkovich, I'd catch a movie with him, but no one's ever going to see it. Well, there we go.
100 Years is an upcoming experimental science fiction short film written by and starring John Malkovich and directed by Robert Rodriguez. The film was produced by the French company Remy Martin to promote Louis XIII, their cognac that takes 100 years to create and locked in a safe for a century. Advertised in 2015 with the tagline, "The movie you'll never see," it is scheduled to be released on November 18th, 2115. The film stars an international ensemble cast with American actor John Malkovich, and then it has a bunch of other people and so on. So the whole point is that I'm not really sure. What do you think the point is? Well, it's promotion of the cognac, but I mean,
yeah, definitely. But it's going to be perspective. There's some thoughts on Reddit. By the way, thank you for correcting me. I feel like a dumbass. I did know how to read Roman numerals, but it's the 13th, not the 8th. I can't believe I did that. But no, some thoughts are, what are the concerns, the future? They thought global warming is probably going to be touched on that, to see what the climate's going to be in the future. Technology, of course. There's a lot of thinking, too. Just put it in retrospect. If a movie was made in 1921, because it's, in 21, and now, when it's 2021, if it would be released, or right now, 2026, 100 years ago, how many people would be that interested? I mean, maybe some
Yeah, it's
film
called Charlie
historians
Chaplin
will.
Modern Times.
Exactly. I mean, right now you can watch Charlie Chaplin for free. Nobody cares. It's black and white.
Megalopolis.
It's silent. And by the time we get to that level, I mean, and remember when they were making this movie, it was like 2019, 2020. It was like during the COVID, so it was another way to make something during the lockdown. That's probably also that helped. But if you think about it, it hasn't been since COVID is when we've seen drastic decreases in attention spans. It's really only been noticed of late. And people are talking often in the arts circles how attention spans are so bad now that kids today and even adults don't have the attention to sit through an hour-and-a-half movie. I mean, little kids, I've said on the show, can't sit through Snow White, and Snow White's only 65 minutes long, and that's too long. They're getting inundated with these clips and online, and you guys all get this. So when that next generation, 3 generations of people, and we're going to have TikToks that are going to be like, a millisecond long, like blipverts, from the old Max Headroom show. Remember blipverts? And they just these ads that are so quick that they blow your brain up. If you remember that, it was like. So we might just inject the information to our brain. We've got Elon Musk with his brain chip. We'll be in virtual reality. I mean, we're in 100 years. Just imagine what entertainment's going to be or not be. So for anyone to sit back and watch a 2-hour movie with old actors that you have to sit down and watch it, I don't think movie theaters may not even be around then. So I don't know. It's a fun conversation about what will it be to even see the movie or what interest it will be. But I do like John Malkovich, so it's a shame I won't be able to see that movie.
There was another one that was called Metropolis, and then there was Modern Times by Chaplin, and these movies really had Modern Times was kind of a review of industrialized America and how the workers are being exploited, yada yada yada, and then, but it was Charlie Chaplin. He was a genius. I mean, that guy. There is a Charlie Chaplin called Chaplin, the movie. Chaplin, that Robert Downey Jr. played him. Did a really good job.
Great movie.
Yeah, I happened to see a mention of it, and I'm going, yeah, man, we need to watch that again. That was interesting because the movie Modern Times featured heavily in this thing. Here, I can pull it up here. You have. The scene.
Protect your dream home.
I don't want to watch commercials. But the other one, Metropolis, is very appropriate for now with AI. It was all about, this is made in 1927, and it was a movie about the future and, flying cars and, how the workers exploited by, whatever. Metropolis was remastered and then showed at the Cine Capri. I went and saw it because it had a new score and everything.
Yeah,
it was modernized and so on, but it was the same movie. And I went and saw it. This was like in the 90s maybe or something. I went and saw that. And it was so impactful. You could see how it was based on a novel from 1925 of the same name. And they did this back in 27. You watch that movie, it'll give you this is like 100 years later.
Yeah.
This is what, what they're going to have. 100 years. I bet you they have a re-release of this. This is.
Well, they have. Actually, real quick. I mean, I'm a big fan of Metropolis. Fritz Lang, who, also went on to do Nosferatu. And it's like in this movie, it's like the precursor to Blade Runner with the flying cars and the big city. But Ernie, check it out. Or I could. You should probably just get online now. They found there was a lot of lost scenes. They said it was like half an hour of missing footage, stuff that that just was lost at the time, and they never thought they'd find it again. And it was about 10 years ago, 9 years ago, somewhere right before COVID, and they found a work print that was in Brazil because when they had this movie, they would send off to other countries. And they had to have different prints for the different languages back then, right, for the subtitles. So it turned out in the vaults in the Brazilian Movie Institute, all the way in the dark corner, was the only surviving copy of the original before it got hacked for television later on when they shortened it up. And so they went back, they changed the title cards to English. They used the, CGAI, whatever, to clean everything up. And they reinserted the half an hour of extra footage. And that's now called the Complete Metropolis, which I have on Blu-ray. So if it sounds like you were touched by it in the 90s or whatever, check it out, the newest version. You get to see the full story. It's pretty neat.
Well, this is its summary.
Yeah.
In the future, wealthy industrialists and business magnates and their top employees reign over the city of Metropolis from colossal skyscrapers, while underground dwelling workers toil to operate the great machines that power it. The city's master and his son, idle away, yada, yada, yada. And it became, it's almost 2.5 hours. I mean, this is a black and white 27 sitting in the.
Well, this is the newest
Damn.
version. Again, the new version has the extra half hour. You're right.
So I was, what happened, it was a robot that was brought to life in the form of this heroine girl that they copied. So it was like, I don't know, it was like a sex robot, but I mean, it was artificial intelligence in the form of a woman that had a big impact on society and started a revolution, and behind the scenes was really controlled by whatever. It was so pertinent in prediction of the future based on sociology, based on, people, based on human nature, based on, the track we were going on. It's kind of like, it reminds me of Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, from character traits of the people that are attracted to power that she saw happen in the Soviet Union, and why she defected from the Soviet Union. She comes to America, and she sees all of the same traits that was going to bring about our downfall for the same reasons. It's just, you call it capitalism, it doesn't matter, it's they, them, those doing what they want. Well, in Atlas Shrugged, she showed, and that's why the book is so thick. It's not so much of, the story as she goes into the character and describes each person and how they think and what's important to them, and the vanity and the narcissism and the all of these bad character traits is what she identified. And that's how she was able to predict the future. And there are things like, Anthem and We the Living and stuff like it was and Fountainhead. This was her emphasis on self-interest, on people that rebel against the system, and how rare they are and how much they should be idolized for their Yankee ingenuity, go whip ass, and individualism. So this is what you keep hearing, and you're going to hear it a lot more coming up here directly. You'll have the individualist, kind of think of Dave Smith, representing, and then the collectivist. And everybody, that's why in libertarian circles, you didn't look at left, right, that kind of crap. It was all individualism versus collectivism. You can fill in the blank with what communist candidate A or fascist candidate B. I mean, it didn't matter. A collectivist, it was all about we rule based on whatever reason, excuse that we came up with, to be the rulers, because we pulled the sword from the stone, or, the Pope, put a crown on our head, or some crap like that. Well, that was where John Locke came in, and the founders and so on. They go, look, can we govern ourselves? What mechanism can we do that, the interest of Americans are served? And that is what you have Tucker and a lot of these people really hammering on. This America First thing was just, you have a responsibility to your people that are paying you, that are flipping the bill here, and you're not doing that. So why are you here? How the hell did you get there? Why should we listen to you? So this is the same argument that we've had for millennia is playing out again. They tried it. Well, we're going to do it different. We're gonna. And Trump equates "Make America Great Again." For me to put the definition in his, I'm going to put words in his mouth because he won't say it. Make America great again is from his perspective as a real estate developer. He's looking at the stock market. That's why Pam Bondi, why are we talking about a 50,000, Dow Jones, this kind of stuff. They're looking at all of these things that are way downstream from freedom. If you just leave people alone, then at least they'll be free. Yeah, but, we need to glean a little bit, 5 minutes of their time and $5 from everybody for my project, and then it'll be better because I know how to spend your money better than you. Well, what happens when, the ideology is that all the prosperity, all of the wealth, all of the rise of the middle class was directly related to the protection of their individual rights. That's what makes people productive. That's what makes people happy. Well, they may live out in the boonies and not have a indoor toilet or running water. So, and that, what am I supposed to pay for that or something? Maybe they like it that way. I mean, it's just freedom's the answer. What's the question? That is not what is being discussed, and I think it will be. But it's only after we feel the pain, which is why I say it's going to be a food thing. It's going to be a food thing. So when we're hungry, you get motivated. And this is one thing, Derek Slopey, our IT guy and a good friend, and I was having this conversation when we started the Love Bus Liberty Tour, when we were working on the bus back, and I'm going, man, this is getting bad. This is going to be, and he goes, nah, humanity's cool. When it knows it has to do that, they get off their butt. They want to feed themselves. Then they'll only stand in line at the the stadium for their bottled water in plastic, by the way, and their government cheese, until they don't want to, and then they will, innovate. Now they may innovate violently, or they'll just go out and grow something. And there was a meme that I just saw recently that was, it's always about. It has this one meme. It's a stick figure, and he has a stick in his hand, and he's poking something, and it's like, Iran or something, do something, poke, go ahead, do something. And I saw the same meme, and it goes, grow something, grow anything, grow something, and I'm seeing that mindset coming to the fore, that we're going to have to take care of ourselves because the government's not going to help us. And there's not other governments, like you're talking about the opinion of America. How many food lifts are we going to get? I mean, screw you, So I'm really, that was why I started off the show with, I'm just disappointed that a lot of popular influencers that want to talk about the problems, maybe a little bit, of, this is what we should, vote for this guy and not that guy, even Alex Jones. There really isn't an emphasis on the real solution. Is not need a government. I mean, why are they there? What are they doing? We can do it ourselves. For ourselves. The technology is such that we can live a comfortable life out in the middle of the night. I mean, you don't have to be a hermit. You'll have community. There's always community. You're going to want an infrastructure for, transportation and, but you get flying car. Why do we need roads? I remember in the mid-'90s, I had lawsuits on, there's a balanced budget in our Constitution. You can't be more than, I don't know, a small $150,000 out of balance, or a small 0.5% or something like that. And they were using the education fund as a check kiting thing. They were, borrowing from the future year and doing it. Got up to like $180 million out of budget. And I filed suit. Arizona Supreme Court. I can go straight to, because it's called a special action when the government does something that they are forbidden by law to do, or they are required by law to do something and they don't do. You can do straight to the Supreme Court. Well, nobody knows that, and attorneys don't do it. And I read the rules of civil procedure in Arizona. I'm going, Oh, they should have never let me find that, So I filed suit, and it became a big deal, and finally they paid it off. They go, oh, damn it, Well, they paid that off, and then Napolitano came in, which was Assistant Attorney General under Janet Reno in the Clinton administration. And they come and they go, screw Ernie, we'll just, and then they amped it up again. And I made my point. I go, see, you can't rely on these guys, even with a balanced budget in the states. They just make up shit and do whatever they want. That's why they got the Supreme Court building downtown. Arizona Supreme Court building is a Taj Mahal. I mean, it's stainless steel, teak and marble, man. I mean, oh my God, just like the city of Phoenix City Hall when they rebuilt that. It's like, damn. They spent a bunch of money on because they can. Well, the reason they did it as a lease purchase thing is because of this lawsuit. They were like, damn it, we can't go into debt for doing it. But if we promise to lease it for $1 gazillion and then let our buddy over here build it, then we get a nice Taj Mahal for the Supreme Court. I'm like, well, that's a obligation at whatever. It's just, I did the lawsuit, so I had like a dozen different things like this just because. And it was to demonstrate that they're lying sacks of snot. The law doesn't matter. Constitution doesn't matter. Our rights don't matter. Budgets don't matter. They do whatever they want. And even in the state of Arizona, they got that Israel thing going. An anti-Semitic kind of deal. So I'm seeing a dramatic change that's coming. Now, Phranq and I had talked about, pop culture and the movies and social change and so on. And we've gone from, all woke to now, Walt Disney World saying ladies and gentlemen again. I mean, the win.
Progress.
But that's distraction. That's piddly crap. We're talking trillions of dollars. And I don't see this surviving. Those are the metropolis guys and the skyscrapers of. They'll control everything from now, forever, for what. You're not going to fix it. You're not going to vote yourself out. The system is just, any time you have collectivization of power, the worst sort from humanity will take the shiny badge and beat you over the head with it. Every single time. You have to be self-reliant. You have to advocate for that. And a lot of the people that know this and the rhetoric of this, it's not rewarded. Now, there may be subscribers and some people and kind of, yeah, what you're doing, I get a lot of, support, but, not from platforms. And I don't even try anymore. I didn't make big giant effort to begin with because in 2009 it became very obvious what was going on, and I realized this when I was doing Terran Radio from 2003 until 8. So it was like 5 years I was on local radio, and what happened was it got to the point to where I knew I was in trouble when I started hitting the Arbitron. They go, woo, you're making us some money. Woo-hoo, getting auto buys, the Ernie show. Well, I knew it was going to happen. Here in Arizona, it primarily is real estate developers and at the time used car dealerships. Now, you had other ones, but a lot of the money that controlled politics was developers, car dealerships, and then, whatever. They would go to the station, I got a bunch of money here for you if you get rid of that. That's how it works. And that's what they were doing with Charles. That's what they did with me because we were anti-war. So this is and the war for who? For Israel. It's just so obvious what's happening. What is the end result? What's going to happen now? At what point in America's history are we? Where's this going to go? Where it always goes. When you have this collectivization, there's going to be those that get, those that don't get, those that support, those that don't. And the ones that don't, it always turns into a food thing. It's either not available, you can't afford it, you're not able to put food on your family, you can't buy a house, You can't, afford to live. You can't go out for dinner. You can't. Then what happens? We had a shirt and a phrase that we did, and it said, "Government doesn't work, I want my money back." Well, a lot of people, wanted that. Well, it was the graphic that went with that I was most encouraged by. What we did is it's called the Revolution Gap. And there was a TED Talk somebody gave, I can't remember, it had a big impact on me. Basically it came down to this. And we did a graph, that showed the promise of government and the reality. And when we started the country, you had the promise of individual rights. Immediately we got the whiskey rebellion. Pennsylvania distillers said, "We're not paying this tax. What the hell? We just left the British Empire. They didn't even charge it. And now you're charged." Well, it got to the point that George Washington sent in 15,000 troops to put down the rebellion because they won't pay their whiskey tax. Because they were sending back tax collectors, tarred and feathered kind of thing. So they're like, whoa. Well, the promise deviated from the reality. Yet the promise keeps going up, and reality kind of goes up, follows it a little bit, and then it starts to go down. Well, what happened? You get, various different things like Civil War, Federal Reserve System, IRS, World War I, World War II. You go on and on and on, and that gap keeps getting bigger. And the point that this guy was making in the TED Talk, when you get a large enough gap between what they say they do and what the reality is, sooner or later, there's a revolution. And I am like, that gap is getting big. And what always triggers it? Food. It's going to be a food thing. And I'm going, and what will stop it? Freedom. Leave me aloneism. These guys are going to go, "Oh, okay, I'm sorry. You just need to explain it to us. We're done. You guys are free." Hell no. And what was the best chance of that? Ron Paul. 08 and 12. Got to advocate for this. Then you get, the excitement, that you demonstrated probably as much or more than anybody on the planet for Trump. He's going to memo. Look, he's saying it right. He's got, machismo. We need a man. We need some patriarchy to come back and go do some whip ass. Well, he had just a personality that he was encouraged to do the stupid shit that he's doing and every freaking idea he had. And then he surrounds him with people going, "Yes, a boss. You're right. You're so right." Well, who benefits from that? I don't know. Maybe RFK Jr., he might get, some, make America healthy again and doing, but he's now just came out with, we're going to have one vaccine to save them all. What? So he's advocating right now that there's going to be a single vaccine that will cure the immune of whatever the hell of some, man, I am definitely not
Sign me up.
That.
Sign me up. I can't wait. Can't wait.
I'm nope.
Well,
here it is. RFK Jr. says he is developing at National Institute of Health a universal vaccine with a budget of $500 million. What the hell? So I'm, Scientific American's got an article that we're putting up today. RFK Jr., we got a universal vaccine. And if you have one and you get everybody to do it, how much crap are they going to put in that one?
Well, look, if I this is just full-on speculation. I didn't hear about it, but just knowing how vaccines work, it can't work like a regular vaccine. It's just like the messenger RNA pseudo vaccine is not technically a vaccine. It's not. It's not. What's the term here? I forgot the specific term, but it's for an actual virus, right? It's more of a drug as the messenger RNA so-called vaccine. They use that term, so they couldn't be sued. The drug companies are under that protection umbrella. But also, just so patients, the average American would go, "Oh, well, vaccine, I heard that's good. I put it in my kids, so it must be fine." So that's the first thing. As far as a one-off, there's no way this is a standard vaccine. I keep forgetting the term. But it can't be a regular vaccine because, of all people, RFK Jr. knows the issue he's had with vaccines, if anything else with kids, is not maybe the vaccine science itself, which he does battle.
The adjuvants and stuff.
It's also having multiple put together, right? Because each vaccine, you're introducing the desecrated, torn apart parts of a virus. And
he's also big on the mercury.
Well, yeah, that too. But the thing is when you give a child one vaccine, their body is trying to assimilate those parts of the virus and then, create hopefully a lifelong immunity to it. And the concern that some people have had, besides the mercury, besides vaccines are bad altogether, others are okay with vaccines and with children, except that it should not be all at once. Just like the MMR, the measles, mumps, rubella. It used to be
wait till they're freaking a year or something.
Right. At least wait till they're older. But the point is to have a more a robust immune system and developed immune system, but also not to hammer it all at once. So it used to be you would get the measles vaccine, and then 6 months later, whatever, you get the mumps, and you do them in a certain order. But then Merck comes up with the MMR, triple combo, which is like, hey, you know what? We can just save one doctor visit. Insurance companies probably liked it because you don't need 3 or 4 ongoing, visits just to get a shot that you have to pay for. You do it all in once. Not to mention, the people for herd immunity. Hey, you know what? Because moms are going to forget after the first visit and they're busy and whatever else. So whatever excuses they had, but the MMR, one of the concerns is when you put too many viruses together in one, it overwhelms the immune system. So if you and RFK Jr. knows that. Heck, he's got more arguments than just that one, but that is a foundational argument, even for people who are open to the science of vaccines, is not put them all together. So imagine having the uni vaccine where every single bug known to man is crammed into one. And you can see just right there, that's a no-go. So I'm speculating. I don't know this for a fact. I will definitely look into this. I'm sure my wife is going to be on top of this. We might have to put her on the show or her, Dr. Judy, on it. But my speculation is that this is a different technology like the messenger RNA that maybe, and I'm actually intrigued that it's something. I'm not saying go out in line. I mean, maybe Ernie will be second in line. I just mean that the technology behind it must be exceptionally novel before it's probably getting to the underlying core somehow to train the immune system to recognize anything, not the individual virus, but at a deeper level of what is self versus non-self. Something along those lines. Anyway, I won't keep speculating, but there's
$500 million in funding for.
But there's no way, people, they're cramming every bug into one vat.
For
that would be crazy.
mRNA vaccine development and shifting those resources towards development of a universal vaccine.
Right. So that's, again, it's a drug. It can't be an actual vaccine. Attenuated. That's what the term is. Attenuated viral vaccine, which basically means the actual virus.
Well, it's an mRNA. It's going to change. This is what everybody's been complaining about.
Right.
That they're creating the mRNA has caused the body to create spike proteins. Well, he's going, well, we're going to do that. And I'm like, that was, who the hell? It doesn't matter. This is going to be probably rolled out after he's gone. Just giving them the power to do this, giving them the law, the sanction, the pharmaceutical companies sitting there, Trump is kissing their ass, and RFK Jr. is standing there taking it. You're still voting? I mean, come on.
I was getting worried. Bad. You didn't say that once for the whole show. At least we got that.
Well, man, this is today in a neon flashing example. All right, I gotta go because I got a show coming up.
Ernie, I know. Look. Can you just open your email real quick? I sent you a video. You got to play the first 30-second minute. You will laugh your ass off for the audience. Just pull it. I sent it to you. It's epic. Just do it. And
my email?
Yeah,
I don't see.
It says from Phranq. Nothing there.
To which email?
The Ernest Hancock one. No, the one you sent. The one I normally send to.
Publisher. I don't see it.
You don't see it. Well, I texted you as well. Let me just try. Yeah, Ernie Hancock at Gmail. That's what it is.
Okay, well, that. Whole nother thing. All right, let me go over here. And
it's Craig. Yeah, you'll love it. This basically, audience, this is we're going to end on a couple memes since we talked about memes where the word comes from. Donald Trump thinking is Jesus, and basically the transition. We talked about the inflection point, the turning point, and one of the main turning points that can summarize everything we talked about is that when they're with you, they laugh with you. But what you don't want is when they start to laugh at you, right? And there we go. And that is what MAGA is, or true MAGA, or whatever we are, is now doing to El Fuhrer Donald Trump, that we all, have hats that people are burning. Anyway, did you pull it up? Did you see it?
Yes, it's me. Yeah, no, I got to go through two-step on this computer to be able, it's a thing. Right. You didn't warn me. All right. So,
as Trump gets nasty surprise, AI Dr. Jesus videos go mega viral.
All right, well, I got to go through commercials and,
Commercials? Oh, it's a tax write-off. Tell Donna to ad-free YouTube. It's a tax write-off. It's a business expense.
Kiss my ass. No. Oh, he's all right. Well, what it is, it shows him with a crown of thorns and long hair and whatever, but all right, let's see.
And I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support.
Are you suffering from a serious life-threatening illness? Has your doctor told you you're probably going to die? My name is Dr. Donald Trump, and I have helped millions of patients with conditions just like yours.
Let the choir sing.
Oh my God!
Dr. Donald Jeffrey Trump has completely lost the AI meme war and is quite literally.
No, I had him as a big busted angel, but whatever. I mean, I get it. I gotta send this to Bob, and he gets into this stuff. But
and I'm sure there's more coming. But like I said, they're laughing at him, which I've never seen from when you turn the creative juices of the Patriot movement on you. It goes beyond Alex Jones. So it's going to be another fun week. We'll see what's on the bingo board for next week. And I'll talk to you later, Ernie. And I'll text you privately if I need any help with your other thing there. Okay, we'll talk later.
All right.
All right.
Peace,
have
brother.
a good one. Bye.
Bye.